This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I never believed I'd be sharing this. It's been almost 6 years, and I still wake up sometimes with that feeling, like something's watching me from the corner of my room. I'm 23 now, but what happened when I was 17 has never left me. We moved out of that house when I was 13. It was this old Victorian-style place my parents got for cheap because the previous owners were desperate to sell. Even as a kid, I knew something was off about it. The air felt heavy in certain rooms. Things would move. You'd hear footsteps when everyone was accounted for. Classic haunted house stuff, right? My parents pretended not to notice, but my Uncle Rick saw it too. He's always been the sensitive one in the family. Could sense things others couldn't. My mum called it nonsense, but I knew better. When he'd visit, he'd sometimes stop mid-sentence and stare at empty corners or refuse to go into certain rooms. After we moved out, the dreams started. Not right away. It took a few years, but around the time I turned 16, I started having these super vivid dreams about the old house. They weren't nightmares at first, just visits. I'd walk through the rooms, recognize the creaky floorboard by the kitchen, see the wallpaper my mom hated so much in the dining room. Sometimes I'd even see the shadows moving in the peripheral of my vision, just like they used to when we lived there. The weird part was how real these dreams felt. I'd wake up feeling like I'd actually been there, physically exhausted, like I'd been walking around all night. I could remember specific details. The smell of the old wood, the way the third step on the staircase would groan under any weight, the exact pattern of water stains on the ceiling in my old bedroom. I told my sister about them once. Emma just laughed it off, said I was being dramatic. She's 2 years younger than me and claimed she never saw or felt anything weird in that house. I dropped it after that. The dreams kept coming maybe once a month. Sometimes less, sometimes more. I got used to them. They became almost comforting in a weird way, revisiting a place from my childhood, even if it was a bit creepy. Until that night last winter. I remember it was a Friday. I'd stayed up late finishing a paper for my English class, finally crashed around 2 in the morning. The dream started like the others. I was back in the house, walking through the front door. But something felt different immediately. The air was thick, heavy. It's hard to explain, like trying to move through invisible molasses. The layout was the same, but the colors were all wrong. Everything had this sickly yellowish tint, and the shadows in the corners seemed darker, deeper somehow. I remember thinking in the dream, this isn't right. Something's changed. I moved toward the living room but found myself being pulled toward the back corner of the house, this little nook off the kitchen that used to have a small desk where my mom would pay bills. I never liked that corner when we lived there. It always felt colder than the rest of the house. As I got closer to it, my heart started racing. I literally could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. I wanted to turn around, to leave, but my feet kept moving forward like they weren't under my control. Then suddenly, Uncle Rick was there beside me. I hadn't seen him in months in real life, but there he was in my dream, looking worried. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "This isn't a place for you to wander." I tried to tell him I couldn't stop walking toward the corner, but no words came out. He put his hand on my shoulder, and I felt this jolt of electricity run through me. The house seemed to flicker around us like a TV with bad reception. "It's pulling you in," he said. "I can feel it. It's been waiting." I was terrified, but also curious, like part of me needed to see what was in that corner, what had been calling to me all these years. Uncle Rick must have sensed it because he gripped my shoulder tighter. "If you're going to face it, do it properly," he said. "Stand right there, in the exact spot you're afraid of. That's the only way." He guided me to the corner, and I stood there shaking. The walls around me started to, I don't know how to describe it, dissolve, like they were melting away. The whole house, my uncle, everything just disappeared. I was standing in complete darkness, not like a dark room, like a void. No up, no down, no sense of space at all, just absolute nothingness. And then, I wasn't alone anymore. It appeared maybe 10 feet in front of me. I couldn't tell you if it was floating or standing because there was no floor, no reference point for anything. But it was there, and it was looking right at me. Its face. God, its face. It wasn't a face so much as a collection of features that had been melted together. Multiple mouths stretching across what should have been a head, eyes scattered randomly, some larger than others, all bloodshot and wild. The skin, if you could call it that, looked like candle wax that had been heated and cooled repeatedly, with colors swirled together, sickly greens and yellows and grays. It opened its main mouth, this gaping hole in the center of the mass, and the sound that came out, it was like 1,000 voices screaming at once, but I could understand every word. "Finally alone with you," it said. "You think you escaped me?" The hatred in its voice was so intense, I felt it like a physical force hitting my body. I tried to run, but there was nowhere to go in this void. Worthless, pathetic, you'll never be free of me. It knew my name. It knew things about me that nobody could know. Thoughts I'd had, insecurities, moments I was ashamed of. It spewed them all back at me, each word like acid burning into my mind. I screamed, and suddenly I was back in the house. But it wasn't right. Everything was tilted, like the whole building was at a 45-degree angle. My family was there, Mom, Dad, Emma, Uncle Rick, all looking at me with horror. "What's happening to you?" Emma shouted. She reached for me, but as soon as her hand touched mine, I felt this surge of something rush through me. The void flashed back. The thing was closer now, its melted face just inches from mine. I could smell it, like rotten meat and burning hair. "I will wear your skin," it hissed. "I will take what's yours." Flash. Back in the house, but now I was moving, walking down the hallway. No, not walking, dragging something. I looked down and realized I had Emma by the wrist, pulling her behind me. She was crying, trying to break free, but my grip was unnaturally strong. "Let go of me," she was sobbing. "You're hurting me." I tried to release her, I swear I tried, but my body wasn't listening to me. It was like I was trapped inside myself, watching through my own eyes as something else controlled my movements. My parents appeared at the end of the hall, faces pale with fear. "Stop this!" my dad yelled. "What are you doing to your sister?" They rushed forward, both grabbing at my arm, trying to break my grip on Emma. I could feel their hands on me, but it was like they were tugging at stone. Nothing moved. I just kept dragging Emma toward that corner of the house. Flash, the void again. The thing's face split into a grin that stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. "Almost there," it said. "Almost mine." Flash. The house. Uncle Rick was suddenly in front of me, blocking my path. He looked directly into my eyes, and I saw recognition there. He knew I wasn't the one in control. "Fight it," he said firmly. "This is still your dream. You can wake up." I tried to speak, to tell him I couldn't, but instead my free hand shot out and shoved him against the wall with inhuman strength. I could feel Emma still struggling in my grip, could hear my parents shouting. Everything was chaos, and all I could do was watch from inside my own body as whatever was controlling me dragged my sister closer to that corner. Flash. The void. The thing was touching me now. Its hands. Were they hands? They looked like twisted, elongated fingers with too many joints on either side of my face. Its breath hit my skin like waves of heat from an open oven. "I've waited so long," it growled. "You opened the door. You let me in." Flash. The house. Uncle Rick had recovered and lunged at me again. This time, instead of pushing him away, my body froze. Something was happening, a struggle not of physical strength but of will. I could feel the thing's control slipping just for a moment. In that brief window, Uncle Rick grabbed me by both shoulders and screamed directly into my face. "Wake up now!" The sound jolted through me like an electric shock. The house, the void, the thing with the melted face, It all shattered like glass breaking. I woke up gasping for air, drenched in sweat, my throat raw like I'd been screaming. My roommate was standing in my doorway, looking terrified. "Are you okay?" she asked. "You were making these awful noises." I couldn't speak, couldn't explain, just sat there trembling, trying to convince myself it was just a dream. But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like a visitation, like something had been waiting for me to come back to that house, even if only in my mind. I called my parents the next morning, trying to sound casual as I asked if they'd heard from Uncle Rick recently. They said he'd called them out of the blue the previous night, asking if I was okay. Said he had a bad feeling. That was 6 years ago. I still have dreams about the house sometimes, but I never go near that corner. I feel it waiting there, watching. I wake up before I get too close. I've never told anyone the full story until now. I still don't know what that thing was or what it wanted from me. All I know is that when I dream of the house now, I keep moving, never staying in one place too long, and I never, ever look behind me. Sometimes I wonder if it followed me out of the dream. If that's what I feel watching me from the dark corners of my room at night. I wonder if one day I'll turn around and see that melted face again. But this time, I'll be awake. Story 2. I've been driving big rigs for almost 20 years now. You name it, I've hauled it. Furniture, livestock, industrial equipment. You get the idea. I've seen pretty much everything there is to see on America's highways. Accidents, weird roadside attractions, all kinds of weather. Nothing really phases me anymore. Well, that was true until last winter. I was doing a long haul through the Great Plains in January. It was one of those nights where the snow was coming down steady but not quite blizzard conditions. Still bad enough that most sensible people were off the roads. Just me, my rig, and an endless ribbon of asphalt stretching out into the darkness. The kind of night where the highway hypnotizes you if you're not careful. It was around midnight when I first noticed the headlights in my mirror. Nothing unusual about that. Other vehicles use the roads at night, obviously. But after about 15 minutes, I realized something was off. These lights weren't getting any closer or falling behind. They were maintaining the exact same distance behind me, like exactly the same. I was doing about 55, taking it easy because of the snow. Sometimes I'd speed up a little to pass a drift, sometimes slow down for a bad patch. This vehicle behind me, it matched my speed perfectly. Not once did the distance change between us. Now, I'm not the jumpy type. Like I said, 20 years on the road hardens you to most weird stuff. But this was different. Something about those lights in my mirror just felt wrong. They were too steady, too focused, like they were fixed on me specifically. After 30 minutes of this cat-and-mouse game, I decided to test whoever was behind me. I gradually slowed down to 45, watching my mirror the whole time. The lights slowed too, keeping that perfect distance. Then I sped back up to 60, and sure enough, those headlights kept pace. I was getting properly freaked out at this point. I'm a big guy, 6'2", 240 pounds. Not someone who scares easily, but my hands were starting to sweat on the wheel. I kept thinking, who follows a semi for this long in a snowstorm at midnight? No normal driver, that's for damn sure. Then, just when I was considering pulling over at the next rest area, the lights vanished, not gradually fading away like they'd taken an exit, not swerving off to the side of the road. They just disappeared. 1 second they were there, bright as ever in my mirror, and the next, nothing but darkness and swirling snow. I actually exhaled in relief. Maybe I'd been imagining things. Maybe they had taken an exit and I just hadn't noticed. The snow was playing tricks with visibility after all. I cranked up the radio to settle my nerves and focused on the road ahead. Just another weird highway moment to add to my collection, right? About an hour later, I saw brake lights ahead of me through the falling snow. A truck was stopped dead in the middle of the highway, hazard lights blinking weakly. My first thought was, what kind of idiot stops in the middle of the road in this weather? My second thought was that maybe they'd broken down and needed help. As I got closer, I slowed down, trying to get a better look. It was definitely a semi, but something about it seemed off. It was an ancient model, nothing like the modern rigs you see nowadays, the kind of truck I remember seeing when I was a kid in the 80s, and it was in terrible shape, rust eating away at the cab, paint faded and peeling. The windows were completely frosted over, which struck me as strange. Even in this cold, a truck that had recently been running would have clear windows from the heat inside. This looked like it had been sitting in the snow for days. I pulled up behind it at a safe distance and turned on my high beams to get a better look. That's when I noticed the faded logo on the trailer. Harlan Haulers. Never heard of them in all my years on the road. Below the name was a phone number with only 7 digits, no area code. Nobody's used phone numbers like that in decades. I put on my own hazards, grabbed my heavy flashlight, and prepared to get out and check on the driver. Something didn't feel right, but I couldn't just leave someone stranded in this weather. That's when I glanced in my side mirror and saw them again. Those same headlights from before, coming up fast behind me. My blood went cold. I don't know how, but I knew instantly that whatever was behind me was dangerous. Pure instinct took over. I released the brake and hit the gas, steering around the stopped truck. My rig fishtailed slightly on the snowy road, but I managed to get past the old truck. As I pulled ahead, those approaching headlights sped past me too, going way too fast for the conditions. I braced myself, expecting to hear the crash as they plowed into the stopped truck. But when I checked my mirrors to see the collision, there was nothing there. No stopped truck, no approaching vehicle. Both had completely vanished. I'm not ashamed to admit I was shaking at this point. I white-knuckled the steering wheel and pushed my rig as fast as I safely could through the snow, desperate to reach the next truck stop. I needed coffee, light, other people, anything to shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I pulled into the Flying J truck stop about 40 minutes later. My hands were still trembling when I parked. I needed to calm down, to make sense of what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen. The truck stop was quiet, but not deserted. A few other drivers were scattered around the diner section, nursing coffees and picking at late-night meals. I ordered the strongest coffee they had and sat at the counter, trying to convince myself I'd experienced some kind of snow-induced hallucination. Maybe I'd been driving too long. Maybe I needed more sleep. That's when I overheard 2 older drivers in the booth behind me. One of them, a gray-haired guy with a voice like gravel, was talking about routes through the plains during winter. Always take the southern route this time of year. Won't catch me on Highway 83 in January, not after what happened to Bill. The other driver made some non-committal grunt, but the first guy continued. You know, Bill saw one of them Harlan trucks last winter, right before his rig jackknifed. Damn near killed him. I froze with my coffee halfway to my lips. Those Harlan ghost stories again, the second driver said. Thought that was just something the old-timers made up to scare rookies. Ain't no story, the first driver insisted. Harlan Haulers was real. Went out of business back in '78 after that big accident. One of their drivers, name was McCready, I think, got caught in the worst blizzard this state had seen in 50 years. They found his rig frozen solid 3 days later, him still behind the wheel, dead as a doornail. Story goes his dispatcher had pushed him to keep driving, despite the weather warnings. Whole company folded after the lawsuit. I turned around slowly, coffee forgotten. Excuse me, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. This Harlan company, their logo was red and black, right? With an old-style phone number underneath? Both men stared at me. The older one nodded slowly. That's right. How do you know that? Company's been gone over 40 years. I told them what I'd seen that night. As I spoke, their expressions changed from skepticism to something more somber. When I finished, the older driver let out a long, slow breath. You're not the first to see it, he said finally. They say McCready's truck appears to warn drivers. Some kind of highway guardian angel, maybe. Or maybe just a lost soul reliving his last drive over and over. What about the headlights following me? I asked. The 2 drivers exchanged looks. That's a new one, the second guy said. But listen, friend, the fact you're sitting here telling us about it is a good sign. The ones who actually crash after seeing the Harlan truck, well, they don't get to tell their stories, do they? I barely slept that night, even though I was exhausted. I kept seeing those headlights in my mind, feeling that inexplicable dread. I've looked up Harlan haulers since then. There really was such a company, and they really did go out of business after a driver died in a blizzard. The details match what those guys told me at the truck stop. That was 3 months ago. I'm still driving, still doing the same routes. I need the work, and I've convinced myself that what I experienced was just some kind of weird highway mirage. The mind plays tricks when you're alone too long. But I've changed one habit. I used to drive with my music blasting, barely checking my mirrors except when necessary. Now I check constantly. Every few seconds my eyes flick to those mirrors, watching for headlights that maintain a perfect distance. I take different routes when I can, but sometimes the job requires me to drive that same stretch of highway, and I know with absolute certainty that someday those headlights will appear in my mirror again. The Harlan truck will be waiting for me somewhere up ahead. What happens after that? I guess I'll find out. But if you're driving the Great Plains in winter and see an old rusted semi with frosted windows, just drive past. Don't stop. Don't look too closely at the driver's seat. And whatever you do, keep checking your mirrors. Some things on the highway aren't just going to pass you by. Story 3. I still get goosebumps when I think about it. Even though it's been almost 5 years since I left that job, I can't shake the memory. I worked at Millfield Print and Design for just under a decade in this beautiful old Victorian building right on the town square. The place had character, that's for sure. Creaky wooden floors, tall windows, ornate moldings. But it also had something else, something I couldn't explain. I was the graphic designer and office manager, and my workspace was upstairs in what must have been a bedroom when the building was originally a house. My desk faced the door, which gave me a clear view of the hallway and the top of the staircase. The staircase was this grand wooden thing with an open area above it, just a handrail separating the upstairs hallway from a 15-foot drop to the foyer below. From day one I felt watched, especially when I was alone up there. At first, I brushed it off as new job jitters, but the feeling never went away. I'd be working on a design or talking to a client on the phone, and suddenly the air would feel heavy, like someone had just walked in. I'd look up, expecting to see my boss or one of my co-workers, but there would be nobody there. Then came the shadows. I started noticing them about 3 months in. Dark shapes moving at the edge of my vision, always in the same pattern. Up the stairs, around the corner, and down the hallway toward my office. Sometimes I'd hear the stairs creak when nobody was using them. My co-workers noticed it too, though we rarely talked about it directly. Just little comments like, "This place gets weird when you're alone," or "Did you hear that?" We'd laugh it off, but I think we all knew something wasn't quite right. I remember mentioning it casually to the owner once. He just shrugged and said, "Old buildings make noises." But his expression told me he'd experienced things too. For years, that was my normal. The occasional shadow, the creaking stairs, the persistent feeling of being watched. I got used to it, in a way. It became background noise, unsettling, but not threatening, until that day in February, 7 years ago. It was a Tuesday afternoon, unusually quiet. Most of my co-workers were out at a print conference, and I was catching up on some design work. The winter light was already fading, and I had my desk lamp on. I remember it was cold, and I had this oversized cardigan wrapped around me as I worked. I needed to grab some files from the storage room across the hall, so I got up and stepped into the hallway. That's when I felt it. That familiar heaviness in the air, but stronger than ever before. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming urge to look toward the staircase, and there he was, just above the handrail, floating in mid-air where the open area above the stairs began, was a face. Not a full body, just a head, and the suggestion of a neck, as if someone was poking their head up over the railing. But there couldn't have been anyone standing there. It was empty space with a 15-foot drop below. It was an elderly man with a perfectly round bald head and these prominent ears that stuck out slightly. He wore wire-rimmed glasses that caught what little light there was. But what really struck me was his expression. Complete and utter confusion. His bushy eyebrows were furrowed and his mouth was slightly open, like he was about to ask a question but couldn't find the words. We locked eyes. I swear to God, we made direct eye contact for what felt like forever, but was probably only 2 or 3 seconds. I didn't scream or run. I was frozen in place, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I blinked, and he was gone. I stood there for what must have been several minutes, trying to process what I'd just seen. My first thought was that I was hallucinating from stress or lack of sleep. I'd been pulling long hours that week to meet deadlines. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it had seemed so real, so solid. Not like a shadow or a trick of the light, but like an actual person was there, looking at me with those confused eyes. I eventually managed to grab the files I needed and hurried back to my office, closing the door behind me. I didn't tell anyone about it that day or the next. In fact, I barely mentioned it to anyone for years. When I did bring it up, I'd laugh it off as that weird thing I saw once, or my ghost story. I didn't want people to think I was crazy. Life went on. The print shop continued to have its unexplainable moments, items moving overnight, the occasional shadow on the stairs. But I never saw the face again. Whenever I walked past that spot, I'd feel a chill, but nothing more substantial than that. Then, about 4 years ago, the business started struggling. Online printing services were taking our customers, and eventually, the owner decided to close shop. The building sat empty for almost a year before new owners bought it and transformed it into Millfield Quilts and Crafts. I hadn't been back since we closed. It felt too weird, too sad to see our old workspace transformed. But last summer, my mom picked up quilting and wanted to check out the store, so I reluctantly agreed to go with her. Walking in was surreal. The entire downstairs had been opened up into one large showroom with quilting materials, fabrics, and crafting supplies. The walls had been painted a cheery yellow, and soft music played over speakers. If I hadn't spent nearly a decade there, I might not have recognized it. While my mom browsed, I struck up a conversation with one of the owners, a friendly woman named Helen. When I mentioned I used to work there, her eyes lit up. "Oh, you must have so many stories about this place. We've been trying to piece together its history, but there were some filing errors at the courthouse that made it difficult." I smiled politely. "What have you found out so far?" Helen leaned in, clearly excited to share. "Well, it turns out this wasn't always a commercial building. It was built as a private residence in the 1890s by a Dr. James Lancaster. He actually practiced medicine here. The downstairs front room was his waiting area, and what's now our stock room was his examination room." I nodded, thinking about how many times I'd been in that stock room, never knowing its original purpose. "The interesting part," Helen continued, "is that when Dr. Lancaster's son, Gus, finished medical school, he joined his father's practice. After James died, Gus continued practicing here until the 1960s. He never married, never had children. He just lived and worked in this house his entire life. Something about the name Gus Lancaster made my skin prickle. I hadn't thought about my ghostly encounter in years, but suddenly it was vividly present in my mind." "Did you find any pictures of them?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "Oh yes, just a few. We framed them and hung them by the staircase. Would you like to see?" I followed Helen across the showroom to the base of the stairs, the same stairs I'd climbed thousands of times during my years there. Mounted on the wall were 2 black and white photographs in simple frames. The first showed an older man with a full beard, standing stiffly in a formal pose. Dr. James Lancaster, according to the small plaque beneath it. But it was the second photo that made my blood run cold. There, captured in faded sepia tones, was the exact face I'd seen floating above the handrail years before. The round, bald head, the prominent ears, the wire-rimmed glasses. Even the expression seemed similar, serious, slightly puzzled. The plaque read, Dr. Augustus Gus Lancaster, M.D., 1891 to 1968. I must have made some sort of noise because Helen turned to me with concern. Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. The irony of her words wasn't lost on me. I think I might have, I managed to say. My voice sounded distant even to my own ears. Helen's eyes widened. Really? Here? We've had a few strange occurrences since we opened, but nothing concrete. I hesitated, then decided to tell her. What did I have to lose? Years ago when I worked here, I saw a face, just a face, floating above the handrail up there. I pointed to the exact spot. It was an elderly man with a bald head and big ears. He looked confused, like he didn't know what was happening or why I was there. Helen gasped. That sounds exactly like Dr. Gus, and you saw this before you knew anything about the building's history. I nodded, still staring at the photograph. I never knew who he was until right now. We stood there in silence for a moment, both processing what this meant. The face I'd seen, the one I'd convinced myself was a hallucination or a trick of the light, had been real, or as real as a ghost can be. Why do you think he appeared to you? Helen asked softly. I shook my head. I don't know. Maybe he was confused about why his home was filled with printing equipment and strangers. Maybe he's still attached to this place after spending his entire life here. What I didn't say out loud was the thought that kept circling in my mind. What if he's still there? What if, at this very moment, Dr. Gus Lancaster is watching us discuss him, still trying to make sense of what's happened to his home? I've been back to Millfield Quilts and Crafts a few times since then, always with a mixture of curiosity and dread. I haven't seen Dr. Gus again, but every time I pass that spot above the stairs, I feel the air change. Sometimes I even find myself nodding slightly in acknowledgement, just in case he's there, watching with those confused eyes. I still don't know what to make of it all. Was it really the ghost of Dr. Gus Lancaster I saw that February afternoon? Or was it some strange coincidence that the face I thought I saw matched a photograph I wouldn't see until years later? All I know is that when I looked into those eyes floating above the handrail, they looked back at me. And somewhere in this historic building on Millfield's town square, I think they might still be watching, still trying to understand why everything has changed. Story 4. I've never been the type to share my experiences online, but after all these years, I still can't explain what happened. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it. Or maybe someone out there has gone through something similar. I grew up as a military brat, constantly moving from place to place. My dad's career had us bouncing around like pinballs until I was about 10 years old, when we finally settled in Winter Haven. I was excited to finally have a real home, somewhere I could make friends and not worry about leaving in 6 months. The house wasn't anything special, just a typical 3-bedroom with faded yellow siding and creaky wooden floors. It was built in the 70s, I think. The previous owners had been an elderly couple who moved to Florida to retire. At least, that's what my parents told me. The weird stuff started about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was in my bedroom doing homework when I heard 3 distinct knocks on my bedroom door. Not soft taps, but deliberate, loud knocks. "Come in," I called out, figuring it was my mom checking on me. No one opened the door. I got up to check, thinking maybe they hadn't heard me, but the hallway was empty. My mom was downstairs in the kitchen. I could hear her humming while she cooked dinner. My dad wasn't even home from work yet. I shrugged it off as the house settling or something. Old houses make weird noises, right? But then it kept happening. Knocks on doors, knocks on walls. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I'd wake up to the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Slow, heavy footsteps that didn't match my mom's light tread or my dad's quicker pace. They'd start at the bottom of the stairs and stop right outside my bedroom door. I'd lie there frozen, waiting for my door to open, but it never did. Then things started moving around. I'd put my backpack by the front door before bed, and in the morning it would be in the kitchen. My homework would disappear from my desk and show up under my bed. Once, my mom's favorite coffee mug shattered while sitting untouched on the counter. We all heard it break, but no one was near it. My parents blamed me for moving things and I blamed them. We argued about it until we realized none of us were doing it. That's when my mom started looking nervous whenever weird stuff happened, and my dad would change the subject. I was 12 when I first saw him, the Shadow Man. I was up late reading a comic book with just my bedside lamp on. I felt a strange sensation, like the air in my room had suddenly gotten heavier. When I looked up from my book, he was standing in the corner. He was tall, taller than my dad, who's 6'2", and he was completely black, not like a person wearing dark clothes, but like a hole cut into reality. No features, no eyes that I could see, just a human-shaped darkness, darker than midnight, like he was absorbing all the light around him. I should have been terrified. Any normal kid would have screamed or hidden under the covers. But the weirdest part, I wasn't scared. Not really. It felt like he was just checking on me, like he wanted me to know he was there. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then I said, "Hi," in this small, shaky voice. He tilted his head slightly, like he was surprised I could see him. And then he just faded away. Not quickly, but gradually, like smoke dispersing. I told my parents the next morning. My mom got this pinched look on her face and said I was having nightmares. My dad was a bit more understanding, but suggested maybe I was sleepwalking or half dreaming. They didn't believe me, but they didn't have to. I knew what I saw. After that first time, I'd see the Shadow Man about once a week, always in my room, always at night. He never did anything threatening, never moved toward me or made any noise. He'd just stand there watching. Sometimes I'd talk to him, tell him about my day or what I was reading. He never answered, but I swear he listened. My family never saw him, but they experienced other things. My mom would complain about feeling watched while she cooked dinner. My dad would find his tools moved from where he left them in the garage. They'd hear the knocking too, and the footsteps. When I was 14, my mom had another baby, my little brother Jamie. The pregnancy was tough on her, and she was always tired and cranky. During those 9 months, the Shadow Man appeared less and less until I realized I hadn't seen him in weeks. After Jamie was born, things quieted down. No more knocking, no more footsteps, no more Shadow Man. I almost missed him, as weird as that sounds. For 2 years, everything was normal. I started to think maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, or maybe whatever was in our house had moved on. Then one afternoon, when Jamie was about 2 years old, he came screaming from the living room where he'd been playing with his toys. He ran to my mom in the kitchen, sobbing hysterically about the man. My mom thought someone had broken in, but when we checked, the house was empty except for us. As Jamie ran out of the living room, something strange happened. One of his toy cars turned itself on and followed him out. Not like it was pushed or thrown, but like it was driving itself, lights flashing and engine noise blaring. It stopped right at the threshold of the kitchen. That happened a few more times over the next few months. Jamie would be playing alone. Then suddenly he'd start crying about the man and run away. And each time a different toy would activate and follow him. A robot dinosaur, a train set, a talking stuffed bear, always turning on by themselves, always following Jamie out of whatever room he'd been in. My mom was freaked out. She started talking about moving, saying the house wasn't right. I tried to tell her that the Shadow Man wasn't dangerous, that he'd never hurt me, but she wouldn't listen. She was convinced he was after Jamie. By the time I was 17, we'd moved to a new house across town, still in Winter Haven, but in a newer development. My parents hoped whatever was in the old house would stay there. They were wrong. The new house had different energy, I guess you could say. No Shadow Man, but other things. The first night there, I was lying in bed when I felt something brush against my leg, like fingers, but colder. Then something licked my leg. Not a wet sensation, but definitely a lick. We didn't have any pets. A few weeks later, I was singing along to music in my room when I heard a female voice joining in. At first, I thought it was my mom, but when I took off my headphones, the voice continued for a few seconds before fading out. It happened again and again, always when I was singing. The voice was beautiful at first, but over time it became wrong somehow. like the pitch was slightly off, or like the voice was singing different words than I was. The scariest thing happened about 3 months after we moved in. I woke up one morning to find my wardrobe, this massive, heavy oak thing that had been against the wall opposite my bed, fallen forward and rotated 90 degrees. It was now lying flat on the floor, with the side that had been against the wall now facing up. It hadn't damaged my bed or made any noise when it fell. No one in the house had heard anything. It would have taken at least 2 strong adults to move it like that. And even then, it would have made a huge racket. My parents had no explanation. They suggested maybe the floor was uneven, or that I'd somehow done it in my sleep. But I knew better. Something had moved it deliberately, carefully, silently. Years passed. I moved out, got my own place. The weird experiences faded into memory, things I'd think about late at night when I couldn't sleep. My grandmother, my mom's mom, got cancer when I was 25. She died 6 months after her diagnosis. I wasn't particularly close to her, but her death hit my mom hard. About a week after the funeral, I went grocery shopping. I don't know why, but I bought a bag of pink lady apples. I never buy those. I'm more of a Granny Smith guy, but something compelled me to put them in my cart. That night, I was woken up by knocking around my kitchen. 3 distinct knocks, just like in my childhood bedroom. Then I heard plastic crinkling right by my ear, like someone was rustling a shopping bag next to my head. I was alone in my apartment, all doors locked, windows closed. I got up to check, heart pounding, but found nothing out of place. I was wide awake now and hungry, so I grabbed one of those pink lady apples. It was the best apple I've ever tasted, sweet and tangy and perfect. I ate 3 of them before going back to bed. The next day, I was talking to my mom on the phone, telling her about the weird apple purchase and how oddly delicious they were. She got quiet, then said, "Those were your grandma's favorite. She ate one every night before bed." I never knew that. No one had ever told me. I hadn't even known my grandmother well enough to know her favorite fruit. To this day, I can't explain any of it. The shadow man, the singing voice, the moving furniture, the apples. Was it all connected? Was it different entities? Was it all in my head? I don't know. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still hear knocking. And sometimes, when I sing, I'm not singing alone. Story 5. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at my grandmother's house when I was a kid. I've never been able to explain it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Some things are better left unknown, you know? I was 8 years old when I saw the wolf. My parents had dropped me off at my grandmother's house in Connecticut for the weekend. It was this old Victorian-style home near the town green in a typical suburban neighborhood. Not the kind of place you'd expect anything weird to happen. Her house had this big fenced yard that wrapped all the way around. The fence was about 6 feet tall, solid wood, no gaps or anything. You couldn't see through it. That particular evening, I was playing in the backyard after dinner. It was late October, so it got dark early, maybe around 6:30 or 7 o'clock. My grandmother had these dim solar lights along the garden path, but otherwise the yard was pretty dark. I was just messing around with my action figures near this old oak tree, making up some adventure like kids do. I remember feeling this weird sensation first, like when you feel someone watching you. The hairs on my arms stood up before I even looked up. When I did, I nearly pissed myself. Standing by the garden shed, maybe 15 feet away from me, was this wolf. But not like any wolf I'd ever seen in books or at the zoo. This thing was massive, like the size of a small horse. Its fur was the darkest black I've ever seen. Not just dark, but like it was absorbing the light around it. And its eyes, God, those eyes. They were glowing red, not just reflecting light like animal eyes do at night, but actually glowing, like 2 burning coals. It wasn't moving, just standing there, staring directly at me. Its mouth was slightly open, showing teeth that looked way too big. I froze completely, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then my survival instinct kicked in and I ran, dropped my toys and bolted toward the back door of the house. I remember slamming the door behind me and standing in my grandmother's kitchen, breathing so hard I thought my lungs would burst. My grandmother was in the living room watching TV and called out asking if I was okay. I didn't answer her. Instead, I did something I still can't explain. I looked out the window. The curiosity was overwhelming. I had to know if it was still there. So I peeked through the kitchen window that overlooked the backyard. Nothing. The wolf was gone. This is where it gets really weird. I don't know what possessed me, but about 15 seconds after running inside, I actually went back outside. I know, stupid, right? But I was a kid, and I guess I needed to confirm what I'd seen. The yard was completely empty. No wolf, no trace that it had ever been there. That fence surrounded the entire property. There was no way out except through the gate, which was directly in my line of sight from where I had been playing, and it was still closed. I would have seen if the wolf ran past me to get to the gate, and even if it somehow did, the latch was one of those complicated ones that my small hand struggled with. No way an animal could open it. It couldn't have jumped the fence either. 6 feet high, solid wood. Even a wolf that size couldn't clear it, and I would have heard it if it tried to break through somewhere. It had simply vanished. I ran back inside, and this time I told my grandmother what I'd seen. She got this strange look on her face. Not disbelief, which is what I expected, but something else. Something that looked almost like recognition. She told me it was probably just a big dog from the neighborhood that had gotten into the yard somehow and then found its way out again. But she seemed nervous when she said it, and she immediately went around checking all the doors and windows, making sure they were locked. I tried to forget about it. Told myself it was just a stray dog, like my grandmother said. But I knew what I saw. Those eyes weren't like any dog's eyes. Life went on, and I kept visiting my grandmother's house on weekends. I never saw the wolf again, but I stopped playing in the yard after dark. About 4 years later, when I was 12, my little brother Jack started coming with me to stay at grandmother's house. He was 8 then, the same age I was when I saw the wolf. I'd never told him about that incident, didn't want to scare him. This particular weekend started out normal enough. Our grandmother's house was interesting to explore. It was built in the late 1800s and had all these weird little nooks and crannies. There was even this small chapel area with stained glass windows that had been added by some previous owner who was super religious. My grandmother wasn't religious at all, quite the opposite actually, but more on that later. It was Saturday night, probably around 9 o'clock. We'd been watching TV downstairs with our grandmother, but she'd fallen asleep in her armchair, so Jack and I decided to go upstairs and play video games in the guest room where we slept. The staircase in that house was one of those old wooden ones that creak with every step. It went up about halfway, then had a landing where it turned 90 degrees and continued up. From the landing you could see the upstairs hallway that led to the bedrooms. Jack was in front of me as we climbed. We got to the landing, and he suddenly stopped. I almost bumped into him. He was completely rigid, staring up toward the top of the stairs. "What's wrong?" I asked him, but he didn't answer. That's when I looked up too. Standing at the top of the stairs was a figure, tall, maybe 6.5 feet, wearing what looked like a black robe or cloak. The fabric wasn't just dark. It was like the wolf's fur had been, seeming to swallow the light around it. The figure had a hood that completely obscured its face in shadow. All I could see was darkness where a face should be. It was just standing there, not moving, not making any sound, just looking down at us. I couldn't see its eyes, but I could feel it watching us. I've heard people describe the feeling of their blood running cold, and that's exactly what it felt like. This wave of ice washed over me from head to toe. My mouth went completely dry. Next to me, Jack was trembling. I reached out and grabbed his shoulder, partly to reassure him and partly to steady myself. Then the figure moved. It turned, slow and deliberate, and walked into the bedroom on the left, my grandmother's room. Neither of us moved for what felt like forever. Then Jack turned to me, his face white as paper. "Did you see that?" he whispered. I nodded, unable to find my voice. Was that "The Grim Reaper?" he asked, his voice shaking. The question hit me like a bucket of ice water. That's exactly what it had looked like. The Grim Reaper, just like in pictures. A black-robed figure with no visible face. "No," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. It was probably just shadows or something. But we both knew that wasn't true. We'd both seen it, clear as day, and it had moved with purpose. Somehow, we found the courage to continue up the stairs. When we reached the top, we looked toward our grandmother's bedroom. The door was closed, as it had been all evening. For it to be closed now, the figure would have had to open it, walk in, and close it behind itself, all without making a sound. We practically ran to our room and locked the door behind us. We didn't play video games that night. Instead, we pushed our beds together and stayed awake for hours, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. The next morning, we didn't mention what we'd seen to our grandmother. Something told me not to. But as we were eating breakfast, I noticed something on her wrist that I'd never paid attention to before. A strange tattoo of symbols I didn't recognize, and around her neck was this weird necklace with a black stone. That's when I remembered things I'd seen around her house but never really processed. Books with strange symbols on their covers, hidden away on high shelves, herbs drying in the attic that didn't look like cooking herbs, candles in colors and shapes I'd never seen in stores. Our parents picked us up that afternoon, and on the drive home, Jack asked me, "Is Grandma a witch?" The question startled me, but when I thought about it, things started clicking into place. The strange books, the symbols, the herbs, the way she sometimes disappeared into the basement for hours. I remembered once overhearing my parents arguing, my mom saying something about her mother messing with things she shouldn't. I'm 25 now, and I've spent years trying to understand what happened at my grandmother's house. She passed away when I was 19, and while cleaning out her house, I found journals and books that confirmed what I'd suspected. She practiced some form of witchcraft or black magic. Some of the rituals described in her journals made my skin crawl. I've researched cryptozoology, paranormal phenomena, folklore, anything that might explain what we saw. The closest thing I've found to the wolf is something called a barghest in English folklore, a black wolf with glowing eyes that's supposedly an omen of death. And the figure on the stairs, well, I still don't have a good explanation for that. What keeps me up at night is the thought that these things were attracted to my grandmother's house because of what she was doing, that she somehow opened doors that shouldn't be opened. Jack and I have talked about it as adults, and he remembers that night as vividly as I do. Sometimes I wonder if there were other things in that house that we didn't see, things that were watching us the whole time. I still dream about those glowing red eyes and that faceless figure. And I still have no explanation for how that wolf disappeared from a completely enclosed yard in the middle of suburban Connecticut. Or why, 6 months after we saw the figure on the stairs, my grandmother had a stroke that left her partially paralyzed until her death years later. Some things, I guess, are better left unexplained. Story 6. I still haven't told anyone what happened to me last month. I keep thinking I should just forget about it, but I can't sleep at night anymore. I need to get this out there, even if you all think I'm crazy. Maybe someone has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened. I was driving back to Denver after visiting my cousin in Texas. It had been a good trip, but after 3 days of catching up and probably drinking too much, I was ready to get home. I'd made this drive plenty of times before, straight up I-25, nothing special. When I was approaching Albuquerque, I noticed a sign for a scenic route that supposedly cut through some mountains before reconnecting with the interstate farther north. I was making good time, and honestly, I was getting bored with the same old highway views. I figured, why not? A little adventure never hurt anyone. Jesus, I wish I could go back and slap myself for that decision. The route started out beautiful, rolling hills, stunning rock formations, all that postcard New Mexico landscape. The sun was just starting to set, casting this golden light over everything. I remember thinking how glad I was that I took this detour. I even stopped to take some pictures to post later. But as it got darker, the road changed. I didn't notice it at first, but the nicely paved two-lane highway gradually became narrower, the asphalt cracking and giving way to gravel in spots. The trees on either side were getting thicker and weirdly shaped, these twisted, gnarled things that looked like they'd been there for centuries. They reached over the road like skeletal hands. I remember thinking that was a creepy comparison at the time, but I couldn't shake it once it was in my head. My GPS signal had been getting spotty, but I wasn't worried yet. The road had to lead somewhere, right? And I had almost a full tank of gas. But when my phone finally lost signal completely and the darkness really set in, I started to get concerned. There were no other cars, no houses, nothing but those twisted trees and the deteriorating road. Just when I was about to turn around and try to retrace my path, I spotted a light in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out a small gas station with one of those old-fashioned signs that read, "Open 24 hours." The relief I felt was incredible. I pulled in, thinking I could at least get directions. The place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. The fluorescent lights were buzzing, and one was flickering in this maddening rhythm. There was only one car parked on the side, an old pickup truck that had more rust than paint. The whole scene felt off somehow, but I was just happy to find civilization. Inside, there was a tall, lean man behind the counter. He had this grizzled beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in years, and these eyes, I'll never forget those eyes. They were this weird grayish-blue color that seemed to look right through me. Not at me, through me, like he was seeing something behind me that I couldn't. "Evening," he said, and his voice was raspy, like he didn't use it much. "Need some gas?" I told him I was actually lost and needed to get back to I-25. He nodded like he'd heard this 1,000 times before. "Happens a lot around here," he said. "Folks taking the scenic route and ending up on our little road." The way he said "our" made my skin crawl, though I couldn't explain why. "I can help you get back." He pulled out this old map from under the counter, not a road map you'd buy, but something hand-drawn on yellowed paper. The lines didn't look quite right, like they'd been drawn by someone who only had a vague idea of what roads should look like. "Follow this road here." He traced a line with his finger, which I noticed had dirt caked under the nail. "Stay on it for about 10 miles. When you see the split oak, biggest damn tree you'll ever see, can't miss it, take the left fork. That'll lead you straight back to the interstate." I thanked him, bought a bottle of water just to be polite, and got back in my car. As I was pulling out, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw him standing in the doorway watching me. He wasn't moving, just staring. I remember thinking he looked taller than he had inside. I followed his directions, keeping an eye out for this giant split oak. The road was getting worse, unpaved now, with ruts that made my car shudder. The trees were pressing in from both sides, branches scraping against my windows. It felt like they were trying to reach in and grab me. I know that sounds stupid, but that's genuinely what it felt like. After driving for what seemed like way more than 10 miles, I still hadn't seen anything resembling a split oak. My car's clock said I'd been on this road for over an hour, which didn't make any sense. I should have hit the interstate long ago. I tried to use my phone's GPS again, but there was still no signal. That's when the fog rolled in. I've seen fog before, obviously, but this was different. It came in so fast, like someone had flipped a switch. One minute the road ahead was clear, the next it was a wall of white. I slowed down, trying to navigate through it, but it was so thick I could barely see past my hood. And then I started noticing things in the fog, shadows moving within it. Not like animals or people, but shapes that didn't make sense, like they were three-dimensional in one moment and flat the next. And there were sounds. Not loud, but persistent. Whispers that seemed to be right outside my window, yet I couldn't make out the words. I was gripping the steering wheel so hard, my knuckles were white. I wanted to stop, but I was more afraid of what might find me if I did. So I kept driving, inching forward through this fog that seemed alive somehow. The temperature inside my car dropped suddenly. I could see my breath. The heater was on full blast, but it didn't help. My teeth were chattering, and I felt this weight on my chest, like something was pressing down on me. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the fog lifted. I was on a completely different road. This one was paved, but old and cracked. Ahead of me was a house. One of those Victorian-style places that might have been beautiful once, but was now falling apart. The windows were dark, except for one on the second floor, which had a faint glow behind the curtains. I should have kept driving. Everything in me was screaming to keep going. But my car stalled, and no matter how many times I turned the key, it wouldn't start again. The rational part of my brain said I should just wait in the car until morning, but I wasn't thinking rationally anymore. I was cold, confused, and frankly terrified. I thought maybe I could use a phone in the house. The front door was unlocked. It swung open with this awful creaking sound that echoed through the empty hallway. Inside, the air was stale and smelled like old books, and something else I couldn't identify, something unpleasant. "Hello?" I called out, no answer. The interior was dimly lit by moonlight coming through dirty windows. The furniture was covered in sheets, like someone had been planning to come back but never did. I moved through the house, looking for a phone or any sign of recent habitation. In what must have been the living room, I found a large mirror hanging on the wall. It was ornate, with a gilded frame that seemed out of place in the otherwise decrepit house. As I approached it, I expected to see my own reflection. Instead, I saw the gas station attendant. He was standing where I should have been, but he looked different. His eyes were hollow now, completely black, and his face was distorted in this grotesque expression, like he was in pain or ecstasy. I couldn't tell which. He raised his hand as if pressing it against the glass from his side. I backed away, but I couldn't look away from the mirror. As I watched, cracks began forming across its surface, spreading from the center outward like a spider's web. And then I heard a voice, not from the mirror, but from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You were never meant to leave," it said. "The road is ours now. You belong to the fog." That broke whatever spell had me frozen in place. I ran, out of the house back to my car, which now started immediately. I sped away, not caring which direction I was going as long as it was away from that house, away from that mirror. I drove for what felt like hours, taking turns at random, just trying to find something familiar. Eventually, miraculously, I saw signs for I-25. When I finally reached the interstate, I pulled over and just sat there, shaking. The sun was coming up. According to my car's clock, I had been driving for over 12 hours, which was impossible. I made it back to Denver that morning. My phone started working again once I hit the interstate, showing dozens of missed calls and texts from friends wondering where I was. Apparently, I'd been out of contact for 2 days, not the single night I'd experienced. Since then, I've tried to convince myself it was all a hallucination. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe I fell asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. But I know deep down that's not true. The water bottle I bought at that gas station is still in my car. The label doesn't have a brand name, just a simple drawing of mountains with that split oak tree in the foreground. And sometimes when I'm driving at night, I see fog in my rearview mirror that disappears when I look back at the road. I've looked up that scenic route on maps. It doesn't exist. I've asked locals about a gas station north of Albuquerque matching my description. No one's heard of it. But that doesn't mean it's not there, waiting for the next person to take a wrong turn. I don't know what I encountered on that road. I don't know if it was real or something my mind created, but I know I'll never take a detour again. And if you're driving through New Mexico and see a sign for a scenic route you've never noticed before, keep going. Stick to the interstate. Some roads should remain unexplored. I still can't sleep most nights. Every time I close my eyes, I see that mirror, those hollow eyes, and I hear those words, "You belong to the fog." And the worst part is, sometimes I feel like it's true. Like I left something of myself on that road and someday, somehow, it's going to call me back. Story 7. I've been hesitating for months about posting this. I'm not even sure if writing it down is a good idea, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened. I just need to know I'm not losing my mind. This all started about 4 years ago. I was 26, living alone in my first apartment after college. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom place with thin walls and questionable plumbing. But it was mine. I'd always been a good sleeper, the type who could pass out anywhere and sleep through a hurricane. That changed after what happened. The first time it occurred, I'd gone to bed around 11 after binge-watching some horror series on Netflix. Probably not the smartest move in retrospect. I remember feeling unusually tired, like my limbs were made of concrete. I fell asleep almost instantly. What felt like minutes later, I became aware that I was awake, but something was wrong, terribly wrong. My eyes were open, but I wasn't in my bedroom anymore. I was lying on my back on this ornate, Baroque-style bed with dark red velvet coverings, the kind you'd see in some ancient European castle. The room around me was dark, but I could make out what looked like grocery store aisles stretching away into darkness, like I was in some weird abandoned supermarket after hours. The strangest part, there were these massive glass doors, like the freezer section doors in a grocery store, but through them I could see fire. Not just any fire, raging, violent flames that seemed to consume everything beyond the glass. It was like looking straight into hell. I tried to move, to get up and run, but my body wouldn't respond. Not even a finger. Not even my eyelids to blink. Complete paralysis. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. That's when I noticed I wasn't alone. There was a woman standing at the foot of the bed. At first glance, she looked beautiful, almost like someone created from my deepest fantasies. She had features that reminded me of this girl I'd had a crush on in college, mixed with a celebrity I found attractive. But something was off. The longer I looked, the more I could see through the human disguise. Underneath, her skin had a reddish tint, not like sunburn, but like it was her natural color. She had these twisted, snail-shaped horns curling from her head, and behind her, wings. Not feathery angel wings, but something leathery and bat-like that seemed to pulse with their own life. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. My vocal cords were frozen just like the rest of me. She smiled and her teeth were wrong. Too sharp, too numerous. She climbed onto the bed and moved over me like a predator. I could feel her weight on the mattress, feel the bed dip under her. This wasn't just a dream. It was too real, too physical. "You've been waiting for me," she whispered, but her mouth didn't move in sync with the words. It was like hearing thoughts inserted directly into my brain. What happened next is difficult to describe without sounding crude. She had her way with me. I couldn't move, couldn't resist, couldn't even speak. My body responded to her touch, even as my mind screamed in terror. The worst part was when she bent down and bit my neck. I felt the sharp teeth pierce my skin, felt the wet warmth of blood trickling down. The pain was excruciating and real, not dulled like pain usually is in dreams. The entire time I could still see those flames through the glass doors, raging and consuming. It was like they were feeding on my fear. When it was over, she smiled again with those two sharp teeth and whispered, "I'll be back for more." Then everything went black. I woke up gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Sunlight was streaming through my blinds. It was morning. Just a nightmare, I thought. The most vivid, terrifying nightmare I'd ever had, but still just a bad dream. Then I touched my neck, and my fingers came away wet. With shaking hands, I stumbled to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. There, on the left side of my neck, were two distinct puncture marks, surrounded by bruising. They were painful to the touch. My pillowcase had smears of blood on it. I nearly had a breakdown right there. How could something from a dream leave physical marks? I told myself I must have scratched myself in my sleep, or maybe I had some kind of allergic reaction. The rational mind tries to make sense of the impossible. For weeks afterward, I slept with the lights on. I researched sleep paralysis and night terrors, convinced myself it was just a particularly bad episode combined with me somehow injuring myself. The marks healed and slowly life returned to normal. I almost managed to convince myself it had been some weird medical event. Then 2 years later, it happened again. Same sudden crushing fatigue, same paralysis. But this time I found myself in what appeared to be a medieval castle room. Stone walls, flickering torchlight, the same baroque bed with red bedding, and through arched windows I could see that same hellish fire raging outside, casting an orange glow across the stone floor. I knew what was coming. I tried to fight it, tried with every ounce of willpower to move, to scream, to wake myself up. Nothing worked. She appeared again, materializing from the shadows like she was made of them. This time she looked different at first. Her human disguise had features from a woman I'd been dating recently, someone I hadn't even met the first time this happened. It was like she could pluck images from my mind and wear them like masks, but underneath, she was the same creature. Red skin, twisted horns, bat-like wings that seemed to pulse and twitch with excitement. "I told you I'd return," she said, climbing onto the bed. "You're special. Your essence is intoxicating." The same paralysis, the same violation, the same bite on my neck in exactly the same spot as before. I could feel my blood being drawn out, feel my strength fading, but I never actually saw her drinking it. It was more like my energy was being drained away. Throughout it all, I remained completely aware but utterly helpless. The worst kind of prisoner, trapped in my own body. When it was over, she traced a finger along my cheek. Her touch burned like ice. 2 years is too long to wait, she whispered. Next time will be sooner. I woke up screaming. My roommate, I'd moved into a shared place after the first incident, partly because I didn't want to be alone anymore, came rushing in, asking what was wrong. I couldn't explain. How do you tell someone you were just assaulted by some kind of demonic entity in your sleep? The marks were there again. Fresh punctures in my neck, blood on my pillow. My roommate saw them and insisted I go to the hospital. The doctor who examined me had no explanation. The wounds didn't match any insect bite pattern they knew of, and they were too deep and precise to be self-inflicted while sleeping. They cleaned the wounds, gave me a tetanus shot just in case, and suggested I see a psychiatrist. I've spent the past 2 years researching sleep paralysis demons, incubi and succubi. Night hags. Every culture has stories about entities that visit people in their sleep, paralyze them, and feed on them in some way. Some descriptions are eerily similar to what I experienced. But here's what keeps me up at night. Most of these accounts describe one-off events or recurring nightmares without physical evidence. I have puncture wounds, blood loss, and the creature knew things from my mind that changed between visits. I've tried everything to protect myself, religious symbols by my bed, salt lines at my door, sleeping pills. Even had a friend stay in the room with me a few times. Nothing has happened since that second encounter, but I can't shake the feeling that she's watching, waiting for the right moment. It's been just over 2 years since the last visit. If the pattern holds, I'm due for another encounter any day now. That's why I'm writing this. I need answers before she comes back, because each time she's stronger. Each time, I can feel myself slipping further away. The worst part, sometimes I catch myself wondering if I'll see her again, like some part of me misses it, and that terrifies me more than anything else. I don't know what this thing is. Succubus, vampire, some entity that exists in the space between dreams and reality. All I know is it's real, it can hurt me physically, and it's coming back. I'm sleeping with the lights on tonight. I doubt it will help. Story 8. I've always considered myself a pretty rational person. I don't jump to conclusions about ghosts or paranormal stuff. I mean, I enjoy a good scary movie as much as anyone, but I never thought I'd be writing something like this, trying to make sense of what happened in my own apartment. My boyfriend Jake and I live on the top floor of an older apartment building with our 2 dogs, Max and Coco. They're both mixed breeds, about medium-sized, and they're pretty good watchdogs. They bark at everything, delivery people, neighbors walking past our door, even random noises from the street below. Honestly, it can be annoying sometimes, but I've always felt safer because of it. If anyone was ever in our apartment who shouldn't be, those 2 would go absolutely nuts. Last Tuesday night started like any other. Jake got home from work around 6, we made dinner together, watched some TV, and then got ready for bed around 11. The dogs settled at the foot of our bed like they always do. Nothing unusual. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but woke up around 3 in the morning with this feeling. It's hard to explain if you've never experienced it, but I suddenly felt like I was being watched. Not just the general creepy feeling you get sometimes, but an intense, specific sensation coming from the area between our bedroom and bathroom. Our apartment layout has the bathroom connected directly to our bedroom, with a short hallway between them. There's no door, just an opening, and from our bed you can see part of the bathroom but not all of it because of the angle. I was lying on my side facing that direction, and the feeling was so strong that I actually tensed up. My heart started racing, and I had this overwhelming certainty that someone was standing there in the darkness watching me. I was so convinced that I braced myself, expecting whatever it was to reach out and touch me. I laid there frozen for what felt like forever, afraid to move or even breathe too deeply. The dogs were still sleeping peacefully, which was the only thing keeping me from completely freaking out. I kept telling myself that if someone was actually there, Max and Coco would definitely be barking. Eventually, I worked up the courage to reach over and shake Jake awake. By the time he groggily asked what was wrong, the feeling had started to fade. I whispered that I thought someone was watching us from the bathroom, and he immediately sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. There was nothing there, of course. Jake got up and checked the bathroom, then walked through the entire apartment. Everything was normal, doors locked, windows secured, no sign of any intruder. I felt a little silly, but the feeling had been so real, so intense. Jake was sweet about it, saying everyone gets weird feelings sometimes, especially in the middle of the night. We went back to sleep, and by morning, I'd mostly dismissed it as just a strange night experience. Maybe I was half asleep and dreaming, or maybe it was just anxiety manifesting in a weird way. Whatever it was, I decided not to dwell on it. Wednesday was normal. I worked from home while Jake was at his office. Nothing unusual happened. That evening we had dinner with friends and got home around 9. I was tired and wanted to wash my face and get ready for bed right away. That's when things got truly bizarre. I went into the bathroom to take out my contacts like I do every night. I keep my contact lens case on the counter next to the sink. It's just a basic blue and white case, left side for left lens, right side for right lens. I picked it up and immediately noticed something was wrong. When I opened the left side, instead of finding contact solution and my lens, it was filled almost to the top with this thick gel-like substance. It looked exactly like Aquaphor, this petroleum jelly bomb stuff I sometimes use for dry skin. The right side of the case contained contact solution like normal, along with what looked like an old dried-out contact lens. I stood there staring at it, completely confused. I clearly remembered putting fresh solution in both sides of the case that morning and placing my contacts in there before putting on my glasses. I hadn't used Aquaphor in days, but here's where it gets even weirder. I looked at the counter and saw that my tube of Aquaphor was sitting there with the cap off. I swear I hadn't used it that day, but I distinctly remembered seeing it with the cap on that morning when I was getting ready. I called Jake into the bathroom and showed him the contact lens case. He was just as confused as I was. We both stood there trying to figure out a logical explanation. "Did you maybe accidentally squeeze some in there instead of solution?" he asked. "No way," I said. "The solutions are completely different consistencies, and they're stored in different places. Plus, I would have had to unscrew the Aquaphor cap and then leave it open on the counter. I definitely didn't do that." We went back and forth like this for a while, trying to make sense of it. Could one of us have done it without remembering? Neither of us has any history of sleepwalking or doing things while half asleep, and even if one of us had somehow done this while the other was in another room, it would have had to happen during the day when we were both fully awake. Then I remembered the feeling from the night before, that intense sensation of being watched from exactly that area of the apartment. A chill ran down my spine. "Jake, do you think this could be related to what I felt last night?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't want to jump to conclusions about something paranormal, but he couldn't offer a rational explanation either. We checked the apartment again. doors locked, windows secured. We even looked for signs that someone might have broken in and left without us noticing. But there was nothing. And remember our dogs? They would have gone crazy if a stranger had been in our apartment. There's just no way someone could have come in without them raising absolute hell. As we were discussing this, I remembered something else that had happened twice before in our apartment. About a month ago, I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of knocking. Not knocking on the door, but knocking on the wall. 3 distinct knocks on the wall right beside our bed. I figured it was just the building settling or something, so I went back to sleep without mentioning it to Jake. But then it happened again, 2 weeks later. 3 knocks, same wall, middle of the night. This time, Jake heard it too. We both sat up in bed and he asked, "Did you hear that?" The dogs were alert, but not barking, which was strange considering they bark at everything. Here's the thing though, our bedroom doesn't share any walls with other apartments. We're on the top floor, and the wall where the knocking came from faces the outside of the building. There's no logical explanation for someone knocking on that particular wall from the other side. It would be physically impossible unless someone was hanging off the side of the building 4 stories up. After I reminded Jake about the knocking incidents, we both got pretty freaked out. We started questioning everything. Had one of us started sleepwalking without realizing it? Was someone somehow getting into our apartment? Or was something supernatural happening? I know how that sounds. Like I said, I've always been rational about this kind of stuff, but when unexplainable things start happening in your own home, it makes you question everything you thought you knew. That night I barely slept. Every little sound made me tense up. The dogs seemed fine, sleeping peacefully at the foot of our bed, which was both reassuring and confusing. If there was something strange in our apartment, wouldn't they sense it? The next morning, I threw away the contaminated contact lens case and bought a new one. I moved all my bathroom stuff to a different spot, hoping that whatever had happened wouldn't happen again. I also started paying closer attention to everything in our apartment, looking for any signs that things had been moved or tampered with. It's been 5 days now, and nothing else weird has happened. No strange feelings, no knocking, no mysteriously rearranged items. But I still can't shake the memory of that intense feeling of being watched, followed by finding my contact lens case filled with aquaphor. I've gone over every possible explanation. Could Jake have done it as a weird prank? Absolutely not. He was just as freaked out as I was, and he's not the pranking type. Could one of us have done it while sleepwalking? Maybe, but neither of us has ever sleepwalked before, and it seems like an oddly specific thing to do while unconscious. Could someone have broken in? The dogs would have gone crazy, plus all our doors and windows were locked from the inside. I'm left with no explanation that makes any sense. I'm not jumping to supernatural conclusions, but I'm definitely more aware of my surroundings now. I keep the bathroom light on at night. I double and triple check that everything is where it should be before going to bed. I know this probably sounds ridiculous to anyone who hasn't experienced something like this. A week ago, I would have been skeptical too. But when something this bizarre happens in your own home, in your own personal space, it shakes your sense of security in a way that's hard to describe. I don't know what to make of it all. Was it just a strange coincidence? Did one of us do something without remembering? Or is there something in our apartment that we can't explain? I honestly don't know, and that's the scariest part of all of this. I just know what I felt, what I saw, and what I can't explain. Story 9. Ivy never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest. I've been carrying this experience for decades now, and the memories still make my skin crawl. It all started in Richmond, Virginia, back in 1995. I was just a kid then, around 8 years old, living in this crappy apartment complex with my mom and my older sister Kelly. The complex had this neglected patch of woods behind it where all the neighborhood kids would hang out and play. Me, Kelly, and our friends, Tommy and Marcus, were digging around back there one afternoon, playing some made-up treasure hunting game. Tommy had this rusty garden shovel his dad let him use, and we were taking turns digging random holes, pretending we were looking for pirate treasure or whatever. I remember it was hot as hell that day, and I was sweating through my t-shirt, but we kept at it because, kids don't care about that stuff. After about an hour of finding nothing but rocks and trash, Tommy's shovel hit something that made a weird thunking sound. We all got super excited and started digging like crazy with our hands. What we found was this old wooden box, about the size of a shoebox but way heavier. It was dark wood with these strange symbols carved into the top that I'd never seen before, not in any book or TV show. They weren't letters exactly, more like, I don't know, weird angular shapes and swirls. The box had these metal clasps that were all rusted, but Tommy managed to pry it open with the shovel. Inside, wrapped in this disintegrating velvet cloth, were 3 brass bells, not like church bells or anything. They were small, maybe the size of a golf ball, and each one had the same weird markings etched into the metal as on the box. They had these little handles on top and made the most beautiful sound when you shook them, like crystal, but deeper somehow. We were just stupid kids, so of course we divided them up. Tommy took one, I took one, and Marcus took one. Kelly was pissed she didn't get one, but she was older and trying to act like she was too cool for our treasure anyway. I remember Marcus saying something about how his bell would probably be worth a lot of money, and I got worried my mom would make me give mine away if she knew, so I hid it in my sock drawer when we got home. That night is when everything changed. I was lying on my mattress on the floor, we couldn't afford proper beds back then, next to Kelly's mattress. I woke up around 3 in the morning. I know because I could see the red numbers on our alarm clock. At first, I thought I just had a bad dream or something, but then I felt this pressure in the room, like when you're in an elevator going down too fast and your ears pop, except it was all around me. I turned over to face the wall, and that's when I saw it. Standing right next to my mattress was this thing. It was small, maybe 3 feet tall, wearing what looked like a hooded robe or cloak. The fabric wasn't like normal cloth. It seemed to absorb the light from the street lamp coming through our window. But what still haunts me to this day was its face. It had these huge black eyes that took up most of its face, no nose that I could see, and a mouth that wasn't a normal mouth at all. It was just this horizontal slit curved upward at the ends like a chevron symbol. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there staring at it, and it staring at me. I swear I could feel it in my head somehow, like it was looking through my thoughts. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I managed to reach over and shake Kelly, whispering for her to wake up. But she just mumbled and rolled over. I kept trying to wake her, getting more desperate, but she wouldn't budge. Meanwhile, this thing just stood there watching me. The last thing I remember is trying to pull the blanket over my head, and then nothing. I must have passed out from fear. When I woke up the next morning, I was convinced it had been a nightmare, but something felt off. The bell in my drawer seemed different somehow, warmer to the touch than it should have been. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me? But I didn't touch the bell for days after that. Eventually, though, curiosity got the better of me. About a week later, I took it out and rang it just once. The sound it made was even prettier than I remembered, almost hypnotic. Nothing happened right away, but that night, I woke up to find the same hooded figure standing at the foot of my mattress, just watching me. This time, I couldn't even try to wake Kelly. I was completely paralyzed with fear. A few months later, we moved to Texas for my mom's new job. I brought the bell with me, hidden in my stuff. I didn't ring it again for a long time, but sometimes I'd take it out just to look at it. One day, maybe 6 months after we moved, I was alone in our new place and got the bell out. I rang it 3 times in a row, and the sound seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. That night, I woke up around 2 in the morning to find not one but 2 of those things in my room. The smaller one I'd seen before and a taller one, maybe 5 feet high, with the same features but somehow more ancient looking. They weren't doing anything, just standing there watching me. I laid perfectly still until morning, too scared to even close my eyes. Kelly had always made fun of me for being imaginative when I tried to tell her about the bells and what I'd seen. But one day when I was 10 and she was 13, I finally convinced her to ring the bell herself. She laughed and did it, mocking me the whole time. "Ooh, scary bell is calling the aliens," she joked. That night, I woke up to Kelly screaming her head off. My mom came running in, and Kelly was sitting up in bed, pointing at the corner of our room, sobbing about seeing a tall one and a little one that looked like aliens. My mom checked the whole room, found nothing, and told Kelly it was just a nightmare. But Kelly looked at me across the room, and I could see in her eyes that she knew. She knew it wasn't a dream. The next day, Kelly made me show her the bell. She examined it for a long time, running her fingers over the strange markings. "Where did you really get this?" she asked, her voice dead serious. When I told her about the box in the woods, she just nodded, like suddenly everything made sense. "We need to get rid of it," she said, but I refused. It was mine, I'd found it, and despite being terrified, I felt weirdly protective of it. A couple years later, when I was 12, we were living in San Antonio. I had 2 Korean sisters as friends who lived next door, Soo-jin and Minji. They saw the bell in my room one day and were fascinated by it. They begged to borrow it, and stupidly, I let them take it home for the night. The very next morning, they were at our door at 7 a.m., Soo-jin holding the bell out to me with shaking hands. Their faces were pale and they had dark circles under their eyes. "Take it back," Soo-jin said. "Please." When I asked what happened, Minji started crying and said something in Korean. Soo-jin just shook her head and said, "We rang it before bed. All night something stared at us through our window. 3rd floor. Then they ran back to their apartment. That same year, I got brave, or stupid, enough to confront whatever these things were. I rang the bell deliberately one night, placed it on my nightstand, and waited. Sure enough, I woke up around 3 a.m. to find the smaller entity standing by my bed. This time, instead of freezing up, I reached out and actually knocked on its forehead with my knuckles, like I was checking if it was real. The thing made no move to stop me, but the moment my hand touched it, and yes, it was solid, like touching cold leather, this high-pitched sound filled my head. It wasn't coming through my ears. It was like it was being beamed directly into my brain. The sound formed patterns that almost felt like language, but nothing I could understand. The pressure in my head built until I couldn't take it anymore, and I blacked out. When I woke up the next morning, the bell was gone from my nightstand. I found it under my bed, and it was ice cold. I hid it in an old shoebox in the back of my closet after that and tried to forget about it. We moved a few more times over the years, and I assumed the bell got lost in one of those moves. I hadn't seen it in years and honestly was relieved. But when I was 16, living in Houston by then, I woke up one night to find the taller entity standing in my doorway. I hadn't rung any bell. I hadn't even thought about those things in years. But there it was, watching me with those huge black eyes. I pulled the covers over my head and stayed that way until morning, shaking and sweating. The worst part of all this is that I know it wasn't just my imagination. Kelly saw them too. So did Soo-jin and Minji. And Tommy once called me out of the blue when we were teenagers to ask if I still had that weird bell and if I'd seen those things too. He wouldn't elaborate, but the fear in his voice was real. To this day, I can't sleep facing a wall. I didn't outgrow that until I was 25. I always need to see the whole room, need to know nothing's standing there watching me. I still sometimes wake up at 3 a.m. with that pressure feeling in the room, though I haven't seen one of those entities in years now. I don't know what those bells were or who buried them in that box. I don't know what those creatures were or what they wanted from us. But I know they were real. And sometimes I worry that somewhere, someone else has found those bells, and they're going through the same thing we did. If you ever find a brass bell with strange markings on it, for the love of God, leave it where you found it. Some things aren't meant to be disturbed. Story 10. I never believed in the paranormal until last year. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me, and I'm hoping that writing this out might help me process it, or maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This all started during probably the lowest point in my life. I'd lost my job of 8 years due to company downsizing. My long-term relationship had ended badly, and I'd moved back to my hometown to live in my parents' old house while they were spending a year traveling abroad. I was alone, depressed, and drinking more than I should have been. I'm not religious, but looking back, there was definitely a spiritual emptiness to that time. I felt hollow inside. The first incident happened about 3 weeks after I moved in. I woke up around 3 in the morning for no particular reason. My bedroom was dark except for the faint glow from my digital alarm clock. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed something in the corner of the room by my dresser. At first, I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on me, but as I stared at it, I realized it was a tall, dark figure. When I say dark, I don't just mean shadowy. It was like a void, blacker than black. It had a humanoid shape, probably around 6 feet tall, but no distinguishable features. No eyes, no mouth, just this pitch-black silhouette standing completely still, facing my bed. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but this thing didn't look solid. It was more like a dense shadow that somehow existed independent of any light source. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I remember thinking I must be dreaming, so I pinched myself hard. The pain was real. I wasn't dreaming. I reached for my phone to use as a light, and when I turned the flashlight on and pointed it toward the corner, the figure was gone. Just disappeared. I got up and checked the entire house, turning on every light as I went. Nothing was disturbed. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, though I could move freely. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me due to stress and depression, but deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. 2 nights later, it happened again. This time, the figure was at the foot of my bed. Same pitch-black appearance, same featureless form. I grabbed my phone faster this time and shined the light. Again, it vanished. After that night, I started keeping a flashlight on my nightstand. Over the next few weeks, these sightings became almost routine. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, always around the same time, and there would be one of these dark figures in my room, sometimes by the door, sometimes by the window, sometimes right next to my bed. Each time, I'd shine my light at it, and it would disappear. I didn't tell anyone about this. Who would believe me? I'd sound crazy. So I dealt with it alone, sleeping less and less, dreading nighttime. I started leaving lights on when I slept, but that didn't help. The figures still appeared, just slightly less visible in the dimly lit room. About 2 months into these visitations, I woke up to find the figure closer than ever before, standing right beside my bed, looming over me. I could feel its presence, a heaviness in the air, a coldness that seemed to radiate from it. I scrambled for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. When I finally turned it on, the figure dissolved, but I swear I felt something brush against my arm as it disappeared. That was the first time I felt truly threatened. Before, I was scared. Yes. But these things never moved or tried to interact with me. They just stood there, watching. But this felt different, more invasive. After that night, I started researching obsessively. I looked up shadow people, demons, hallucinations, everything I could think of. Nothing quite matched what I was experiencing. These weren't the typical shadow people described in folklore. They were more substantial, more deliberate in their presence. The encounters continued, almost nightly. I started to notice patterns. They never appeared when I had company over. They never showed up if I fell asleep with the TV on. But if I was alone in the dark, they would come. One night in early December, about 6 months into this nightmare, I experienced the most terrifying encounter yet. I woke up around 3:15 in the morning with that familiar feeling of dread. But this time, when my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw not one, but 3 identical figures. They were positioned around my bed, one at the foot, one to my left, and one to my right, all facing me, perfectly still. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. For the first time, I felt completely trapped. My flashlight was on the nightstand, but the figure to my right was blocking it. I had no way to make them disappear. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed with fear, but eventually I managed to reach past the figure to my right and grab my flashlight. As I shined it around the room, they vanished one by one. But that night changed something. The presence of 3 of them at once made everything feel more organized, more purposeful. This wasn't random. They were coordinating, surrounding me, watching me. After that night, I started sleeping on the couch in the living room with all the lights on. It helped for a while. No figures appeared for almost 2 weeks. I started to think maybe it was over, that whatever these things were, they'd moved on. Then came the incident with the child. I'd finally worked up the courage to sleep in my bedroom again. I went to bed around midnight, exhausted from weeks of poor sleep. When I woke up around 3, I immediately sensed something was different. There was a figure at the foot of my bed, but it was smaller, maybe 4 feet tall. It had the same pitch black appearance as the others, but its shape was unmistakably that of a child. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was the less threatening size, or maybe I was just fed up after months of terror. But instead of reaching for my flashlight, I spoke to it. "I can see you," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't vanish. Instead, it moved, actually moved, toward my desk in the corner of the room. It positioned itself behind the chair, as if trying to hide, like a child caught doing something they shouldn't. That human-like reaction terrified me more than anything else had. These things were conscious. They could hear me. They could respond. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it toward the desk. The child figure disappeared like all the others had. I didn't sleep the rest of that night or the next. I started looking for a new place to live, but with no job and limited savings, my options were few. I was trapped in that house with whatever these entities were. The encounters continued, becoming more varied. Sometimes there would be a tall figure, sometimes the child-sized one, sometimes they stayed in one spot, other times they seemed to drift around the room, but they never made a sound, never tried to communicate beyond that one instance of hiding. By January, I was at my breaking point. I'd lost weight, could barely function during the day, and lived in constant fear of nightfall. My few friends in town had noticed the change in me, but I still couldn't bring myself to tell them what was happening. What could they do anyway? Then something unexpected happened. My old college roommate reached out saying she and her husband were passing through town as part of their work with a church mission. They wanted to know if they could stay with me for a night or 2. I immediately said yes, desperate for the company and the break from my nightly visitors. They arrived on a Friday afternoon. I hadn't seen Sarah in years, and her husband Mike seemed nice enough. They were traveling around the state, visiting small churches and community centers, doing whatever missionary work they felt called to do. I'm not religious, as I mentioned, but I was happy to have them there regardless of their reasons for visiting. That evening we had dinner together. They said grace before the meal, which felt a bit awkward for me, but I bowed my head out of respect. After dinner, Sarah asked if they could pray for me in the house. I hesitated but agreed, figuring it couldn't hurt. Mike pulled out a small bottle of what he called blessed oil. He put a drop on his finger and made a small cross on my forehead, then did the same to Sarah. They then walked through every room of the house, praying out loud, touching doorways and windows with the oil. It felt strange watching them, but I followed along silently. When they reached my bedroom, Mike paused. "There's something heavy in here," he said. I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't told them anything about my experiences. They spent extra time praying in my room. Sarah even got down on her knees by my bed, hands raised, praying in what sounded like another language at times. Before they left the room, Mike sprinkled what he called holy water in each corner. They stayed for 2 nights, and during that time I didn't see a single dark figure. I actually slept through both nights, something I hadn't done in months. When they left on Sunday, Sarah hugged me and said, "Whatever was troubling this house is gone now. You're protected." I thanked them, still not telling them what had been happening. Part of me thought it was just coincidence. The figures had never appeared when I had guests before, but they never came back. Not that night, not the next, not ever. It's been 7 months now since Sarah and Mike visited, and I haven't seen a single dark figure in my house. I still keep a flashlight by my bed. I still sometimes wake up at 3 in the morning, heart racing, expecting to see those pitch black forms. But they're gone. I don't know what they were. I don't know why they appeared to me during that dark period of my life, or why they left after my house was blessed. I'm not even sure I believe the blessing is what drove them away, but the timing is hard to ignore. What I do know is that they were real. They weren't hallucinations or dreams or tricks of the light. They were here, in my room, watching me night after night. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still feel like something is watching me from the corners where light doesn't reach. Story 11. I've been sitting here for hours trying to find the right words to explain what happened last weekend, but honestly, I don't know if there are right words. I'm not even sure I should be writing this down. Part of me thinks it's better to just forget everything, but I can't sleep. I haven't slept properly since we got back. Every time I close my eyes, I see those things, and I need to tell someone who might believe me. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. Just me, my boyfriend Jake, and our friends Claire and Matt at this cabin Jake found online near Black Hollow Lake. We'd been planning it for months, a chance to disconnect, drink some beers, play board games, maybe do some hiking. Nothing fancy, just 4 friends hanging out away from work stress and city noise. The drive there took longer than expected. The GPS kept losing signal once we turned off the main highway. We took so many unmarked dirt roads that I was sure we were lost. Jake kept saying he knew where we were going, but I could tell he was getting frustrated too. By the time we finally found the turnoff to the cabin, the sun was already starting to set. I remember thinking the woods looked wrong somehow. I grew up near a forest, so I'm used to how they sound. Birds, insects, leaves rustling. But these woods were just quiet. Way too quiet. Claire noticed it too. She kept asking if anyone else thought it was weird that we couldn't hear any wildlife. Matt laughed it off, said something about animals avoiding humans, but Jake didn't say anything. He just kept driving, knuckles white on the steering wheel. The cabin itself looked nice enough from the outside, typical rustic wood structure with a small porch. But the moment we stepped inside, I felt this heaviness in the air, like the place was holding its breath. The owner had left the key under a flower pot, but there was no welcome note or instructions, just dust and a faint smell of mildew. Jake tried joking that it was authentic, but his laugh sounded forced. We unpacked quickly, trying to make the place feel homey. Claire and I wiped down the kitchen counters while the guys brought in the coolers of food and drinks. It was around 7 in the evening when Jake realized we needed firewood for the fireplace. The temperature had dropped dramatically after sunset and the cabin was getting cold. I saw a wood pile around the side of the house, he said, grabbing his jacket. I'll just grab some logs. That was the last time I saw him as himself. He didn't come back after 15 minutes, which seemed weird for just grabbing firewood. After 20 minutes, Matt started getting annoyed, thinking Jake was messing around. After 30 minutes, I was worried. I'm going to look for him, Matt finally said, grabbing the flashlight from his bag. He probably got a phone call and wandered off for better reception or something. Claire tried to stop him. Maybe we should all go together, she suggested, but Matt waved her off. I'll be right back, he said. If he's just being an idiot, I'll drag him back by his ear. That was the last time we saw Matt. An hour passed. No Jake, no Matt, no cell service to call either of them. The cabin suddenly felt much smaller, much more isolated. Claire and I kept checking the windows, straining to see anything in the darkness beyond the glass. But there was nothing, just blackness and this fog that had rolled in from nowhere. Something's wrong, Claire whispered, her voice shaking. This isn't normal. They wouldn't both just disappear. I knew she was right. We decided we had to go look for them together. We put on our jackets, grabbed the other flashlight, and stepped out onto the porch. The cold hit me immediately, not just regular nighttime cold, but an unnatural chill that seemed to cut right through my clothes. The fog was thicker than it had looked from inside, hanging in the air like cotton. Our flashlight barely penetrated 10 feet ahead. We called their names as we walked, our voices sounding muffled and wrong in the dense air. We followed what looked like a path leading toward the woodpile Jake had mentioned. The beam of our flashlight caught the stack of logs, but there was no sign anyone had been there recently. No footprints, no disturbance in the light dusting of fallen leaves. "Let's check down toward the lake," I suggested, trying to keep my voice steady. Maybe they went to check it out. We'd walked maybe 50 yards from the cabin when Claire grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Emily," she whispered, "look." At first, I didn't see anything. Then I noticed a shape in the fog about 30 feet ahead of us. It was tall, much taller than a normal person, and thin, wearing what looked like tattered black clothing. But the way it moved, God, the way it moved. It didn't walk. It glided, like it was floating just above the ground. Its arms hung too long at its sides, nearly touching the earth. I was frozen, literally couldn't move. Then Claire pulled my arm again, and we both turned and ran back toward the cabin. I don't think I've ever moved so fast in my life. We slammed the door behind us, locking it and pushing a heavy side table against it for good measure. What the fuck was that? Claire was hyperventilating, tears streaming down her face. That wasn't a person. That wasn't a fucking person, Emily. I couldn't answer her. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. We moved around the cabin, closing all the curtains and making sure every window was locked. I kept thinking I could hear something moving outside, soft footsteps circling the cabin, but never quite touching the ground. That's when the knocking started. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the front door. Claire and I looked at each other, not daring to breathe. "Hello, Emily, Claire, can you let me in? I'm hurt." It was Matt's voice, but wrong, flat, emotionless, like someone had recorded him and was playing it back at half speed. "Don't," Claire whispered when I instinctively moved toward the door. "That's not Matt." "Emily, I can see you through the window. Please let me in." The voice was getting louder, more insistent, but still with that unnatural flatness. I backed away from the door, bumping into the kitchen counter. My hands found a knife in the dish rack and I gripped it like a lifeline. The knocking moved to the windows, circling the cabin. Then another voice joined in, Jake's voice, with that same horrible wrongness to it. "Claire? Baby, please let me in. I'm so cold out here." Claire broke down, sliding to the floor with her hands over her ears. I crouched beside her, knife still clutched in my white-knuckled grip. "They're not real," I kept saying over and over. "That's not them. That's not them." The voices continued for what felt like hours, pleading, demanding to be let in. Sometimes they sounded almost right, almost like the men we knew, before slipping back into that horrible monotone. At some point, I realized there were more than 2 voices out there, whispering, calling, knocking. Some sounded old, some young, men, women, even children. Around 3 in the morning, the knocking stopped. The silence was almost worse. Claire and I huddled together on the kitchen floor, too terrified to move or speak above a whisper. "What do they want?" Claire finally asked, her voice hoarse from crying. Before I could answer, something scraped against the kitchen window, right above our heads. We scrambled away, pressing our backs against the refrigerator. The curtain moved slightly, and I could see the outline of what looked like a hand, but the fingers were too long, too thin, pressing against the glass. "Let us in," came a whisper, so close it sounded like it was in the room with us. We've been so hungry for so long. Dawn seemed like it would never come. Around 5 in the morning, Claire spotted headlights through a crack in the curtains, a car on the distant road. Without discussion, we grabbed our phones and car keys and made a run for it, not even stopping to pack our things. The fog was still thick, but the horrible stillness of the night before had lifted slightly. We ran to our car, fumbling with the keys, both of us convinced that at any moment those things would emerge from the mist. As we pulled away, I looked in the rearview mirror. There, at the edge of the tree line, stood multiple tall, thin figures, and in front of them, smaller shapes that might have been Jake and Matt, except they were standing too still. their postures all wrong, like puppets hanging from invisible strings. We drove straight to the police station in the nearest town. The officer who took our report was kind but skeptical. He said they'd send someone to check the cabin, but his expression made it clear he thought we were just scared city girls overreacting to normal forest sounds. Black Hollow has some strange local legends, he admitted as we were leaving. People have reported unusual experiences in those woods for generations, but we've never found anything concrete. When I pressed him about missing persons reports in the area, his expression changed. He admitted there had been a few unexplained disappearances over the years, but quickly added that most were probably hikers who got lost or fell into the lake. It's been 4 days now. The police found our things at the cabin, undisturbed. No signs of a struggle, no evidence of Jake or Matt. Their official theory is that the guys went hiking and got lost. Search parties have found nothing. Claire won't talk about it. She's blocked my calls, changed her social media settings to private. It's like she's trying to erase the whole experience, and me along with it. I can't blame her. Part of me wants to do the same. But I keep thinking about those voices, about how many there were, about what the officer said regarding disappearances over the years. They've been taking people for a long time, I'm sure of it, and no one believes it because anyone who sees what's really happening either disappears or ends up sounding crazy, like me. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3 a.m. to 3 slow knocks on my apartment door. When I checked the peephole, the hallway was empty, but I swear I could hear Jake's voice whispering from the other side. "Let me in, Emily. I miss you. I'm so hungry." I haven't slept since. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. I just know that whatever lives in those woods near Black Hollow Lake isn't done with us, and I'm terrified they know where I live now. Story 12. I still get chills thinking about this, even though it's been 5 years since I graduated from Westbridge University. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal. I'm a pretty logical guy who usually finds rational explanations for weird stuff. But what happened in that apartment during my junior year, I just can't explain it. It was my 3rd year at Westbridge, and I was sharing a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other guys, Tyler and Aiden. The layout was simple. My room was in the middle. Tyler's room shared a wall with mine, and Aiden's room was directly across the hallway from mine. We were all decent roommates, though Tyler was a hardcore gamer who had this massive subwoofer positioned right against our shared wall. I swear I could feel every explosion and gunshot from his Call of Duty sessions vibrating through my bed. I'm not usually one to complain, but Tyler's late-night gaming sessions were becoming a real problem. I had early classes 3 days a week, and the guy seemed to think 2 a.m. was the perfect time to start playing with his online friends. We'd had a few conversations about it, and he'd tried to keep it down for a few days before falling back into old habits. One night in October, I was sleeping soundly when I was jolted awake by what felt like an earthquake. The walls were literally vibrating. I checked my phone. It was exactly 3 a.m. Through the wall, I could hear Tyler's distinctive laugh, along with another voice I assumed was Aiden's. They were clearly having an intense gaming session with explosions, so loud I could practically see the flash of light under my door. "Are you kidding me?" I muttered, throwing off my covers. This was beyond inconsiderate. I had an important exam the next morning, and I needed sleep. I stormed to my door, ready to give Tyler a piece of my mind. The sounds were incredibly loud. Gunfire, explosions, both guys laughing and shouting strategy at each other. I could even hear them talking about getting another round of beers. I was fuming by the time I grabbed my doorknob. The moment, and I mean the exact moment, I opened my door, everything went silent. Not gradually quiet, but completely, unnaturally silent. The kind of silence that feels wrong somehow. I stood there for a second, confused. Had they heard me getting up and quickly shut everything off? That seemed unlikely given how loud they had been just a second before. "Tyler?" I called out, walking toward his door. No response. I knocked on his door. Nothing. I tried the handle and found it locked, which was unusual because Tyler rarely locked his door. "Aiden?" I turned and knocked on Aiden's door. After a moment I heard shuffling and Aiden opened his door, looking groggy and confused. His girlfriend Emma was staying over, and I could see her sitting up in his bed, looking equally disoriented. "What's up, man?" Aiden mumbled, rubbing his eyes. "Were you guys just playing games with Tyler?" Aiden looked at me like I was crazy. "What?" "No, we were sleeping until you knocked. I literally just heard you guys. The explosions were shaking my wall." "Martin, we've been asleep for hours," Emma said from the bed. "I have to be up at 6 for clinicals. We wouldn't be gaming right now." I felt a cold sensation spreading across my back. "Then where's Tyler? Is he gaming by himself?" Aiden frowned. "Tyler's not even here. He went home for the weekend to visit his mom, left yesterday afternoon." That's when the first real wave of fear hit me. I'd clearly heard Tyler's laugh, his distinctive, can't mistake it for anyone else laugh, coming through that wall. "You sure?" "Because I swear I just heard him." Aiden stepped into the hallway. "His car's not here, man. He texted the group chat last night from his mom's place, remember?" He was right. Tyler had sent us a picture of his mom's dog around dinner time. I'd forgotten. "Can we check his room?" I asked, knowing I sounded paranoid. Aiden sighed but agreed. We knocked on Tyler's door, no answer. Aiden tried the handle, confirming it was locked. "See? He always locks it when he's gone for the weekend." Aiden yawned. "You probably had a dream or something. Or maybe it was from the apartment upstairs." I knew it wasn't from upstairs. The seniors who lived above us were both biology majors who were always either studying or sleeping. And it wasn't a dream. I was fully awake and had heard those sounds for at least a full minute before opening my door. "Yeah, maybe," I said, not wanting to seem crazy. "Sorry for waking you guys." I went back to my room but didn't sleep a wink for the rest of the night. I kept waiting for the sounds to start again, but they never did. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself that it must have been some weird, half-asleep hallucination. When Tyler came back Sunday night, I casually mentioned what had happened, expecting him to laugh it off. Instead, his face went pale. "What time did you say it was?" he asked. 3 in the morning, exactly. "Why?" Tyler sat down heavily on our living room couch. "The weekend before, when you guys were both out at that party, I heard the exact same thing. Woke up at 3 in the morning to what sounded like you and Aiden playing games in the living room. I even heard your laugh, Martin. When I opened my door to tell you to keep it down, everything went completely silent, and the apartment was empty." My stomach dropped. "You're messing with me." "I swear I'm not," Tyler said, looking genuinely disturbed. "I figured I had dreamed it or something. I didn't mention it because it seemed so stupid." We both told Aiden about it later that night, and while he was skeptical, he agreed it was weird that we'd had identical experiences exactly 1 week apart. "Maybe the walls are just thin, and it's the guys next door," Aiden suggested. But we all knew our neighbors on that side were 2 quiet engineering students who were never even home on weekends. The 3 of us eventually laughed it off, chalking it up to weird coincidence or sleep deprivation. But we also made a pact. If anything like that happened again, we'd wake the others immediately to investigate. Exactly 2 weeks after my experience, at, you guessed it, 3 in the morning, I was startled awake by frantic knocking on my bedroom door. I opened it to find Aiden standing there looking terrified. "You hear that?" he whispered. I listened, but heard nothing. "Hear what?" "The gaming. You and Tyler were just blasting explosions and laughing your asses off. I could hear you both through my wall." A chill ran down my spine. "Aiden, I've been asleep." Tyler's door opened and he stumbled out, looking confused. "What's going on?" Aiden looked from Tyler to me, his face draining of color. "But I just heard both of you, like 10 seconds ago. You were talking about ordering pizza and playing one more round." We checked the entire apartment. No one else was there. No TVs or computers were on. Everything was exactly as it should be at 3 in the morning, quiet and still. The 3 of us ended up sitting in the living room until sunrise, too freaked out to go back to sleep. We tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was a prank from neighbors or some weird acoustical phenomenon that carried sound from another building, or even carbon monoxide poisoning. We checked our detector. It was working fine. For the next few weeks, we were all on edge. We started setting up voice recorders in our rooms, hoping to catch whatever this was. Tyler even set up his webcam to record his room while he was gone one weekend. Nothing. The recordings never picked up anything unusual, but the phenomenon continued. Every few weeks, always at exactly 3 in the morning, one of us would hear the others engaged in loud gaming sessions that weren't actually happening. Sometimes it would be me hearing Tyler and Aiden. Other times, Aiden would hear Tyler and me. The pattern kept repeating. The strangest incident happened in December. All 3 of us were studying in the living room for finals when we heard what sounded like ourselves, our own voices, laughing and playing games in Tyler's room. We looked at each other in shock, then ran to his room together. The moment Tyler opened his door, the sound stopped and the room was empty. That night, we seriously discussed breaking our lease and moving out, but we were poor college students and finding a new place mid-year would have been nearly impossible. So we stayed, developing coping mechanisms instead. We started sleeping with headphones on or using white noise machines to drown out any potential ghostly gaming sessions. The phenomena became less frequent after that, happening maybe once a month instead of every few weeks. By the time spring semester ended, we'd almost gotten used to it, as much as you can get used to hearing phantom versions of your roommates playing video games at 3 in the morning. We never figured out what was causing it. We had the landlord check the wiring, thinking maybe it was some weird electrical issue causing sounds to play through the walls, but everything checked out. We even had a friend who was into paranormal investigation come over with EMF meters and other equipment. Nothing unusual showed up. Fast forward to last month, I was back at Westbridge for an alumni weekend when I ran into a guy named Derek at one of the events. We got to talking, and he mentioned he'd lived in the same apartment complex during his time at Westbridge, around 5 years before us. Just making conversation, I asked which unit he'd been in. When he named our old apartment number, I felt that familiar chill return. "This is going to sound weird," I said, "but did you ever experience anything unusual there?" Derek gave me a strange look. "Like what?" "I don't know. Unexplained noises, things happening at specific times." He was quiet for a moment, then said, "You mean like the 3 a.m. movie marathons that weren't actually happening?" My heart nearly stopped. "What?" "My roommates and I used to hear what sounded like each other watching loud action movies in the living room, always at 3 in the morning. We'd get up to tell whoever it was to turn it down, but when we opened our doors, everything would go silent and no one would be there." He shook his head. "We used to joke that our apartment was haunted by a film student ghost who had terrible timing." I told him about our experiences with the phantom gaming sessions, and he wasn't even surprised. According to him, the building had been student housing since the 1970s, and there had always been rumors about strange occurrences. "Did you ever find out what caused it?" I asked. "Nope," Derek said. "Some things just don't have explanations, I guess." I still think about our haunted apartment sometimes. Part of me wants to go back and talk to whoever lives there now to see if they're experiencing the same thing. But another part of me is afraid of what I might find out. What if they have no idea what I'm talking about? Or worse, what if they're hearing phantom versions of us 5 years later? All I know is that I've never been able to explain what happened in that apartment. And to this day, I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3 in the morning, listening for phantom sounds that aren't there. Story 13. I've been driving trucks for over 20 years. I've seen just about everything you can imagine out on the open road. Accidents, weird hitchhikers, crazy weather, you name it. Nothing really gets to me anymore, or at least that's what I thought until last month. I was hauling a load of electronics from Dallas to Los Angeles, taking the southern route through New Mexico. It was around 1 in the morning, and I'd been driving for about 14 hours with just a couple quick stops. I know that's pushing it, even for me, but I wanted to make good time. The roads were empty, just me, my rig, and miles of desert darkness. I remember checking my mirrors and seeing absolutely nothing behind me, not even distant headlights, just black. The moon was barely visible behind some clouds, and the only light came from my high beams cutting through the night. Route 66 through that stretch of New Mexico can get really lonely, especially in those early morning hours. I started feeling weird about an hour after crossing into New Mexico. At first, I thought it was just fatigue. You know that feeling when you've been driving too long and your brain starts playing tricks on you, but this was different. I kept getting this sensation that something was watching me from just beyond where my headlights reached. I'd glance to the side of the road and think I saw movement, but when I focused, there was nothing there. My eyes were getting heavy and I knew I needed to stop soon or risk falling asleep at the wheel. The cab was warm and I had the radio playing low, some late-night talk show about alien conspiracies, which probably wasn't helping my already jumpy nerves. I remember thinking how perfect it would be to find a truck stop soon, and then, like it had materialized out of nowhere, I saw a neon sign glowing in the distance. Last Chance Gas and Diner. I'd never seen this place before, which was weird because I'd driven this route dozens of times, but I was too tired to question it. I just needed coffee and a bathroom break. I slowed down and pulled off the highway onto a gravel lot. The place looked deserted, but the neon sign was definitely on, buzzing with that familiar electric hum. There were no other vehicles around, not a single car or truck, just 4 old-style gas pumps standing in front of a small diner building. As I parked and killed the engine, the silence hit me. You know how when you turn off a truck after hours of driving, there's this weird moment where the absence of engine noise feels almost physical. This was like that, but worse. It was like all sound had been sucked out of the world. I sat there for a minute, just looking at the place through my windshield. The diner windows were lit up, but I couldn't see anyone moving inside. The gas pumps looked ancient, not the digital kind you see nowadays, but the old mechanical ones with rolling numbers. They were covered in a layer of dust so thick I could see it even in the dim light. Something felt off, but I really needed that break. I grabbed my flashlight, climbed down from the cab, and the moment my boots hit the gravel, I felt a chill run through me that had nothing to do with the desert night air. I called out, "Hello? Anybody working tonight?" My voice sounded wrong somehow, like it didn't carry right. No answer, just that eerie silence. I walked toward the diner, and each step I took, the gravel crunched so loudly under my boots it made me wince. When I reached the gas pumps, I ran my finger across one of them. The dust was thick, like it had been gathering for years, not days. My finger left a clean line that seemed unnaturally dark against the grime. The diner door had one of those bells that jingles when you open it, but when I pushed it, the bell made no sound. Inside, everything looked frozen in time. There were maybe 8 booths with red vinyl seats, a counter with stools and an old cash register. Coffee cups sat on some tables like they'd been abandoned mid-drink. A ceiling fan turned lazily overhead, but it didn't seem to move the air at all. "Hello?" I called again. Nothing. I checked behind the counter. No one. I even pushed open the kitchen door and peeked inside. Old cooking equipment, but no food, no signs of recent use. Everything was covered in that same thick layer of dust. That's when real unease started building in my gut. This place wasn't just closed for the night. It felt like it had been abandoned years ago. But then how was the neon sign lit up? Why were the lights on inside? I decided I'd better leave. This whole situation felt wrong in ways I couldn't explain. As I turned to go, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was a calendar hanging on the wall by the register. I walked over and brushed away the dust. It was from 1998. 25 years ago, I practically ran back outside, my heart hammering against my ribs. When I looked back toward my truck, that's when real fear hit me. My rig, my big, impossible-to-miss 18-wheeler, looked faded somehow, like it was being absorbed by the darkness. The outline was blurry, almost transparent in places, and that's when I saw it. At the very edge of where my headlights reached, standing completely still, was a figure, tall and impossibly thin, It stood maybe 7 feet high. It wasn't just a person in dark clothes. This thing was darkness, like a hole cut into reality. I couldn't make out any features, no face, no clothing, just a silhouette blacker than the night around it. I froze. The figure didn't move, but I had the overwhelming sensation it was watching me, studying me. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt its gaze like a physical weight. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. For what felt like minutes, but was probably just seconds, we stood there, me and this impossible shadow person, locked in some kind of standoff. Then it took one step forward, just one, and that broke my paralysis. I sprinted to my truck, fumbling with the door handle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. I yanked the door open and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and locking it in one frantic motion. My keys were still in the ignition, thank God. I started the engine, threw it in gear, and peeled out of that lot so fast I left a cloud of dust and gravel. I didn't even look in my mirrors. I just wanted distance between me and whatever that thing was. I drove like a maniac for at least 20 minutes, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it over the engine. When I finally felt safe enough to ease off the gas a little, I reached for my CB radio. I needed to hear another human voice. Breaker 19, this is Big Mark. Anybody out there? Over. My voice was shaking so badly I barely recognized it. Static crackled for a few seconds. Then, yeah, Big Mark, this is Night Owl. You sound rattled, buddy. Everything okay? Over. Just hearing another trucker's voice made me feel slightly better. Night Owl, you know this stretch of Route 66 well? I just stopped at a place called Last Chance Gas and Diner, and something real strange happened. Over. There was a long pause before Night Owl came back. Say again, Big Mark. Did you say Last Chance? Over. That's right. Abandoned place, but the lights were on. Real creepy. Just wondering if you know anything about it. Over. Another pause, longer this time. When Night Owl's voice came back, it was quieter, more serious. Big Mark, where exactly are you right now? Over. I told him my location as best I could. Listen to me carefully, Night Owl said, dropping the CB formalities. That truck stop burned down in '98. Complete fire. Killed the owner and 2 customers. They never rebuilt it. There's nothing there now but concrete foundations. Has been that way for over 20 years. My blood went cold. I wanted to believe he was messing with me, but the fear in his voice was too real. Then what did I see? I asked, my mouth dry as sandpaper. What did I walk into? There's stories, Night Owl said slowly. Truckers talk. That stretch of highway, sometimes the past bleeds into the present. Places that aren't there anymore sometimes reappear, but only at night, only when you're alone. And if you see the shadow man, well, you're lucky you got out of there. I couldn't speak for a minute. My hands were trembling on the wheel. Where are you headed? Night Owl asked. West to LA, I managed to say. There's a real truck stop about 30 miles ahead, Sunup Diner. Real place, real people. Get there and wait for daylight. Don't stop anywhere else tonight. I thanked him and signed off, but his words kept echoing in my head. Places that aren't there anymore sometimes reappear. I made it to the Sunup Diner just before dawn. It was busy, full of truckers and early morning travelers. Normal, real. I sat in a booth drinking coffee until the sun came up, watching people come and go, clinging to the ordinary sounds of silverware on plates and casual conversation. When daylight finally broke, I felt brave enough to get back on the road. As I drove past where the Last Chance should have been, there was nothing but desert and the crumbling concrete foundation of what had once been a building. It's been 3 weeks now, and I still can't shake what happened. I've talked to a few other truckers, and I'm not the only one with a story about that stretch of Route 66. Some have seen the diner, others have seen other buildings that aren't supposed to be there anymore. But what really keeps me up at night is the shadow figure, because sometimes when I'm driving late and the roads are empty, I get that feeling again, that something is watching me from just beyond my headlights, and in my rear view mirror, just for a split second, I sometimes think I see something impossibly tall and thin standing on the roadside behind me. I don't drive that stretch of Route 66 anymore. I take the long way around, and I never ever drive after midnight if I can help it. Story 14. I never considered myself someone who scares easily. My friends have always called me the daredevil of our group, the one who'd jump off the highest cliff into water or explore abandoned buildings without hesitation. So when my buddies challenged me to drive cross-country alone, I laughed and accepted without a second thought. Easy, I told them. I'll send you guys postcards from all the cool places I stop. Man, I wish I could go back and slap myself for being so cocky. Everything was going great for the first 3 days. I was driving my 2011 Honda Civic, blasting music, stopping at roadside attractions, and just enjoying the freedom of the open road. I'd planned my route pretty well, but on the 4th day, I decided to take a scenic detour that one of my friends had recommended. Big mistake. It was late October, and the sun was setting earlier than I expected. I found myself on this narrow 2-lane highway cutting through what seemed like endless farmland. No streetlights, barely any reflectors on the road, and I hadn't passed another car in at least an hour. My phone showed no service, and my GPS kept glitching, showing me on roads that didn't exist on the map. Then it just died completely. I started getting that tight feeling in my chest. You know when you realize you might have really screwed up? The dashboard clock read 9:17 p.m. and I had no idea how far the next town was. My gas gauge was hovering near a quarter tank. Not critical yet, but definitely concerning given how isolated I was. That's when I saw it, a dim, flickering light in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out the words Riverside Motel on an old neon sign. One letter wasn't working, so it actually read River-Eyed Motel. The vacancy sign below it buzzed and flickered like it was struggling to stay alive. I can't express how relieved I felt. I was exhausted. My eyes were burning from driving in the dark, and the thought of a bed, any bed, seemed like heaven. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, noticing only one other vehicle there. This ancient rusted pickup truck that looked like it hadn't moved in years. The motel itself, God, it was a dump. 2 stories of what was probably once white siding, now gray and peeling. Most of the windows were dark, and the few that had lights behind them looked grimy, like they hadn't been cleaned in decades. There was this weird smell in the air too, kind of musty and sweet at the same time, like rotting wood. But at that point, I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep and figure out where the hell I was in the morning. I grabbed my overnight bag from the back seat and headed to the office. A bell jingled when I opened the door, but no one came to greet me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding weirdly loud in the silent room. The office was small, with wood-paneled walls and a desk with an ancient-looking guest register. There were these tacky landscape paintings on the walls that seemed to be water-damaged, the colors all running together. After waiting for maybe a minute, an old man emerged from a back room. I swear I didn't hear any footsteps before he appeared. He just was suddenly there. He had to be in his 80s, with skin so pale and thin it looked like tissue paper stretched over bone. His eyes were what really got to me, though. They were deeply sunken into his face and didn't seem to blink enough. "Need a room?" he said. It wasn't a question. Yeah," I replied, feeling weirdly uncomfortable under his gaze. "Just for tonight." He nodded slowly and reached under the counter, pulling out a key attached to a plastic tag with the number 9 on it. No computer, no credit card machine, nothing. He didn't ask for ID or payment or even my name. "Second floor, end of the hall," he said, his voice like sandpaper. "Check out at 11. I took the key, wondering if I should ask about payment, but something told me not to. "Is there, anywhere to eat around here?" I asked instead. He just stared at me, unblinking, then shook his head slightly. "Okay, thanks," I muttered, backing toward the door. He watched me the entire time, not moving a muscle. The outside walkway to the rooms was concrete with a metal railing that felt loose when I touched it. Overhead lights were spaced along the ceiling, but half of them were burned out, and the ones that worked flickered constantly, making the shadows jump and shift. The concrete under my feet had these long cracks running through it, and in some places it felt like it was slightly sunken. Room 9 was at the very end of the second-floor walkway. As I walked, I realized how quiet the place was. No TV sounds from other rooms, no voices, nothing but the buzzing of those failing lights and my own footsteps. I passed room 7, then room 8, but when I looked back, I couldn't see room 6 or any others further back. The darkness seemed to swallow the hallway behind me. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it hard to get the door open. The smell hit me first, musty, with a faint chemical undertone like old cleaning products. The room was basic, queen bed with a faded floral bedspread that might have been bright 20 years ago, a dresser with a TV that looked like it was from the 90s, and a small table with a single chair by the window. The wallpaper had this weird pattern that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. I set my bag down and checked out the bathroom. Small, with those tiny soaps wrapped in paper, a shower with a plastic curtain, and a sink with a medicine cabinet above it. The mirror on the cabinet was cracked in one corner, and when I looked at my reflection, I swear I saw movement behind me like a shadow passing by. I spun around, but nothing was there. Just tired, I muttered to myself, splashing some water on my face. The water came out brownish at first, then cleared up. It smelled faintly metallic. I was too exhausted to care about the state of the place. I just wanted to crash. I tried the TV, but it only picked up static on every channel, with occasional distorted sounds that might have been voices but were too garbled to understand. I shut it off and tried my phone again. Still no service. I set my phone alarm for 7 a.m. and lay down on the bed. The mattress sagged in the middle, and the springs creaked with every tiny movement. The ceiling had water stains that formed these bizarre patterns, almost like faces if you stared at them long enough. I turned away from them and closed my eyes. I must have dozed off because I jerked awake suddenly, disoriented. The room was completely dark. I'd left the bathroom light on, but it was off now. The only illumination came from the vacancy sign outside, casting a red glow through the thin curtains. That's when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping sound. At first, I thought it might be a branch against the window, but it was too regular, too deliberate. Tap, 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 like someone gently knocking with a fingernail. I lay perfectly still, listening. The tapping continued, growing slightly louder. It was coming from the door to my room. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding pathetically scared even to my own ears. The tapping stopped immediately. Silence filled the room, heavier than before. I reached for my phone to check the time. 3:33 a.m. Just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it, I heard something that made my blood freeze. A whisper from the other side of the door, so quiet I almost missed it. "Room for one more." The voice was raspy, like someone whose throat was filled with dust. I sat up in bed, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. "Who's there?" I called, trying to sound authoritative but failing miserably. No response, just silence again. I grabbed my jeans from the floor and pulled them on, never taking my eyes off the door. I needed to get out of there. Something was deeply wrong about this place, about that voice. The tapping started again, louder this time, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. "Room for one more," the voice whispered again, a little louder this time. "Just one more." I stuffed my feet into my shoes without tying them and grabbed my bag, throwing my phone and charger inside. The tapping continued, growing even louder, more aggressive. Tap, 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 tap. I stood, frozen in place, staring at the door. The handle started to turn, slowly. I hadn't engaged the deadbolt or the chain. My entire body was ice. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The door began to open, just a crack at first. Darkness seeped in from the hallway, not just the absence of light, but something thicker, almost tangible. And then I saw it, a hand reaching around the edge of the door, pale, skeletal thin, with long fingers that ended in yellowed nails. The skin looked wrong, too dry, too tight over the bones, with dark veins visible beneath. That broke my paralysis. I lunged for the door and slammed it shut with all my strength. There was a horrible screeching sound from the other side. Not quite human, not quite animal. The hand disappeared, but immediately the pounding started. Not tapping now, but full-on pounding that shook the entire door in its frame. Boom, boom, boom! Room for one more. The voice was no longer a whisper, but a guttural roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I grabbed my bag and ran to the window. We were on the second floor, but there was a small overhang below that might break my fall. I didn't care if I broke an ankle. I needed out. As I struggled with the window, which seemed to be painted shut, the pounding at the door grew so violent that I saw the wood starting to splinter around the frame. The voice kept repeating those same words over and over, each repetition more distorted than the last. Finally, the window gave way with a crack. I threw my bag out first, then started to climb through. Behind me, I heard the door burst open. I didn't look back, I just jumped. I hit the overhang hard, rolled, and fell the rest of the way to the ground. Pain shot through my right ankle, but adrenaline kept me moving. I grabbed my bag and limped to my car as fast as I could, fumbling with my keys. I swear I could hear shuffling footsteps behind me, getting closer. The air felt thick, hard to breathe, like something was sucking the oxygen away. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before finally getting the car door open. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I finally looked in my rearview mirror. The motel was gone, completely gone. Where it had stood was nothing but an empty field, tall grass swaying in the night breeze. No building, no sign, no pickup truck, nothing. I drove for hours, too terrified to stop, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. When the sun finally came up, I pulled into a busy gas station and just sat there, shaking, trying to process what had happened. It's been 3 weeks now. I've told myself 100 different explanations. I was overtired, I fell asleep and dreamed it all. It was an elaborate prank, but none of those explain the fact that I still have the key to room 9 in my bag, or that sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I hear that faint tapping at my bedroom door and a whisper that turns my blood to ice. Room for one more. I still don't know what that thing was or what would have happened if it had caught me. And I don't know why the motel vanished or if it ever really existed. All I know is I'm never taking another solo road trip again, and I sleep with the lights on now. And if you're ever driving alone at night and see a sign for the Riverside Motel, keep driving. No matter how tired you are, just keep driving. Story 15. I still don't know what we heard that night. It's been 3 weeks, and I've barely slept since. I keep thinking about it, analyzing every detail, questioning what I know about reality. I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. Just me and 4 of my closest friends, Jess, Mia, Ava, and Lauren, at Lauren's uncle's cabin in northern Michigan. We'd been planning it for months, a much-needed break from our hectic lives. The cabin was genuinely remote, about 40 minutes from the nearest town down a series of increasingly narrow dirt roads. When we finally arrived that Friday afternoon, I remember feeling this profound sense of isolation, like we were the only people for miles. And honestly, we probably were. The cabin itself was rustic but cozy. 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, a living area with a fireplace, and a bathroom with temperamental plumbing. The surrounding woods were dense, with tall pines that seemed to watch us as we unloaded the car. I remember joking that it was perfect horror movie material, which feels painfully ironic now. We spent the first day hiking and exploring. There was a small lake about half a mile from the cabin where we swam, despite the water being freezing. That night we drank wine, played cards, and caught up on each other's lives. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. The second day, the day it happened, started like any other. We made breakfast together, laughing about how Lauren burned the pancakes. We went for another hike, this time in a different direction, finding a small waterfall that wasn't on any of the maps Lauren's uncle had left. We took pictures, splashed in the water, and collected interesting rocks. It was idyllic. As evening approached, we decided to build a campfire in the fire pit outside the cabin. The temperature had dropped considerably, and we wrapped ourselves in blankets, while Jess, who was always the outdoorsy one, got the fire going. We roasted marshmallows, drank more wine, and told stories about our college days. Around 9, Mia suggested we do tarot readings. She'd recently gotten into it and had brought her deck along. I was skeptical. I've never believed in that stuff, but it seemed like harmless fun. One by one, Mia did readings for each of us. Mine was about unexpected changes and confronting fears. Lauren's mentioned something about entities beyond understanding. I remember rolling my eyes at that one. The readings took about an hour, with lots of discussion and laughter in between. By the time we finished, it was getting late, but none of us wanted to go inside yet. The fire was warm, the night sky was incredibly clear with more stars than I'd ever seen, and despite the occasional distant howl, coyotes we assumed, it felt peaceful until 11:30. I know the exact time because Ava had just checked her phone to see if she had any service yet. We were talking about our plans for the next day when it happened. The laugh. God, I still hear it when I close my eyes. It started suddenly, cutting through our conversation like a knife. It was a child's laugh, but wrong. It was too loud, impossibly loud, like it was amplified through speakers, except there were no speakers out there. Just woods. Dark, endless woods. And it wasn't just loud, it was close, so close it felt like whatever was laughing was standing right behind me. But I could see everyone in our circle, and there was nobody else there. The laugh lasted maybe 6 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. And the strangest part, we all heard it differently. Later, when we could finally talk about it, Jess said she heard a malicious giggle, like a child planning something cruel. Lauren and Ava both described it as a laugh, mixed with a cry for help. Mia said it sounded like multiple children laughing in unison, slightly out of sync. To me, it sounded almost hungry. I know that doesn't make sense, but that's the only way I can describe it. For a few seconds after it stopped, we all just sat there frozen. I couldn't breathe. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. I looked at Jess across the fire, and her face had gone completely white. We made eye contact, and without saying a word, we all understood. We needed to get inside. Now, we abandoned everything, the wine bottles, the marshmallow sticks, even Ava's expensive blanket, and ran for the cabin door. As I was running, I heard something else, a rustling sound from the tall grass that bordered the clearing where the cabin stood. It wasn't wind. There was no breeze that night. It was deliberate movement, like something was following us, matching our pace. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Like eyes were boring into my back, studying me, assessing me. I've never felt so exposed, so vulnerable. Lauren reached the door first and fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking so badly she dropped them. Ava screamed, which made all of us scream. Mia picked up the keys and somehow managed to unlock the door. We all pushed inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it. We stood in the dark cabin, panting, too afraid to even turn on the lights at first. When Lauren finally hit the switch, we all looked at each other, wild-eyed and terrified. "What the fuck was that?" Jess whispered, as if afraid whatever was outside might hear her. No one answered because no one knew. We moved away from the windows and huddled in the center of the living room. "It was just an animal," Ava said, but her voice trembled. She didn't believe it herself. "What kind of animal laughs like a child?" Mia shot back. "Maybe it was actual children," Lauren suggested. "Like campers or something." But we all knew that made no sense. We were miles from anywhere, and the laugh had been too close, too loud, too wrong. "It happened right after the tarot readings," I said quietly. Everyone looked at me. "Like 10 minutes after. Do you think I don't know, opened something?" No one dismissed my question, which scared me even more. These were rational women, A nurse, a teacher, an accountant, and 2 marketing professionals. We weren't superstitious people, but in that moment, the supernatural explanation seemed more plausible than any natural one. We decided to stay up all night. No one wanted to sleep anyway. We turned on every light in the cabin, checked all the locks twice, and pulled the curtains closed. We sat in the living room, talking in hushed voices about what we'd experienced. Around 1 in the morning, the lights flickered, just once, but it was enough to send us into a panic. Lauren checked the circuit breaker, but everything was fine. Probably just the old wiring, she said, but her voice was tight. At 2:15, we heard scratching at the front door. Light at first, then more insistent, like fingernails dragging across wood. Jess started crying silently. I felt numb, like I was watching everything happen from outside my body. The scratching stopped after about a minute. Then came 3 distinct knocks, soft, almost polite, as if whatever was out there was asking permission to enter. None of us moved. None of us breathed. Then Mia's phone, which had been sitting on the coffee table, lit up with a notification. We all jumped. It was a text message, which was strange because we hadn't had service all weekend. The message was from an unknown number and contained only 2 words: "Come outside." I'm not a religious person, but I started praying then. We all did, in our own ways. Ava actually recited the Lord's Prayer, her voice barely audible. At some point during the night, I must have dozed off despite my terror, because I woke up to sunlight streaming through the cracks in the curtains. The others were also asleep, scattered around the living room in uncomfortable positions. For a brief, blessed moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare. Then I saw the front door. It was open, just slightly, maybe an inch, but definitely open. I distinctly remembered checking the lock myself multiple times. I woke the others, and we packed our things in record time. No one wanted to go outside alone, so we all went together, running to the car with our bags, constantly looking over our shoulders. The fire pit was just as we'd left it. Abandoned wine bottles, marshmallow sticks, Ava's blanket. But something was different. In the dirt around the fire pit were small footprints, like a child's. They circled the entire pit, then led off into the woods. We didn't investigate. We got in the car and drove away as fast as we could on those rough dirt roads. No one spoke for almost an hour. We've tried to rationalize it since then. Maybe it was a fox. They can make strange sounds. Maybe it was the wind playing tricks. Maybe we were all tired and suggestible after the tarot readings. But deep down, I know, we all know, it was something else. Something that doesn't fit into our understanding of the world. I still have nightmares about that laugh. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I've heard it again, right outside my bedroom window. And sometimes, when I check my phone in those dark hours, I find text messages from unknown numbers that disappear when I try to open them. Whatever found us that night in the woods is still with us somehow. And the worst part? I don't think it's finished with us yet. Story 16. I never believed in ghosts before college. Not really. Sure, I'd watched those paranormal investigation shows and jumped at the occasional horror movie, but I always figured there was some rational explanation behind hauntings. Camera tricks, overactive imaginations, maybe even mental illness. But what happened my freshman year at Haverford University changed all that. I still remember move-in day like it was yesterday. August, sweltering hot, my parents helping me lug boxes up 4 flights of stairs to Blackwell Hall. The building was ancient, built in the 1800s according to the campus tour guide, all weathered brick and creaky wooden floors that sagged in the middle. My room was on the top floor, tucked into a corner of the building that felt like it was miles from civilization. "This place looks like something out of a horror movie," my dad joked as he set down my mini fridge. I laughed it off, but there was something about the room that felt, I don't know, heavy? The air seemed thicker somehow, like walking through invisible cobwebs. My roommate Tyler showed up a few hours later. He was this lanky guy from Michigan with a perpetual bedhead and an extensive collection of band t-shirts. We hit it off right away, spending that first night setting up our respective sides of the room and talking about our majors. I was in for engineering, He was undecided but leaning towards psychology. The first weird thing happened about 3 days into the semester. I was sitting at my desk working on a problem set when my closet door just flew open. Not like it slowly drifted open because it wasn't latched properly. It flew open, like someone had yanked it from inside. I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Did you see that?" I asked Tyler, who was sprawled on his bed with his laptop. He glanced up. "Your closet?" "Yeah, the hinges are probably wonky. This building's old as dirt." I got up and examined the door. The hinges seemed fine, and it took a decent amount of force to push it closed again. I chalked it up to an old building settling or something and went back to my homework. 2 days later, Tyler's psychology textbook fell off his desk. Neither of us was anywhere near it. We were both sitting on our beds watching something on Netflix when there was this loud thud. The book had been at least 6 inches from the edge of the desk. "Okay, that was weird," Tyler admitted. We both got up and examined the book, the desk, trying to figure out how it could have fallen. There was no draft, no vibration from someone walking by. It was just bizarre. Over the next couple of weeks, things escalated. My poster of the periodic table fell down despite being secured with that blue sticky tack stuff. Tyler's desk lamp turned on by itself in the middle of the night. A can of Coke tipped over on my nightstand, narrowly missing my laptop. Each incident on its own could be explained away. Old building, faulty wiring, gravity, but the frequency was what started to get to us. It wasn't just once in a while, it was multiple times a week. "I think we have a ghost," Tyler said one night after his drawer slid open on its own. "There's no such thing as ghosts," I replied automatically, but I wasn't so sure anymore. "Then what's your explanation for all this weird shit?" I didn't have one. By mid-October, we'd nicknamed our invisible roommate Jim. It started as a joke. Tyler had shouted, "Quit it, Jim," after his laptop charger unplugged itself for the 3rd time that week. The name stuck. "Jim's being an asshole today" became our standard response whenever something inexplicable happened. And Jim was definitely an asshole. He seemed to have a knack for causing trouble at the most inconvenient moments, right before exams, when we were trying to sleep, during important phone calls. The weird thing was, neither of us ever actually saw anything move. It was always just the aftermath, the fallen book, the open drawer, the unplugged cord, no shadowy figures, no ghostly apparitions, just objects that shouldn't have moved but did. By November, we were getting used to Jim's antics. We'd be studying and hear a thud from across the room, look up to see a textbook on the floor, shrug, and go back to work. "Jim's bored," one of us would mutter. And that was that. But things took a turn the week before Thanksgiving break. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of rustling papers. When I flipped on my bedside lamp, I saw that all the notes from my calculus binder had been scattered across the floor. "Tyler?" I whispered. He groaned and rolled over. "What? Did you mess with my notes?" He sat up, squinting in the light. "No, man, I've been asleep." We both stared at the papers strewn across the floor. There was no pattern to it, no explanation, just chaos. "Jim's getting more ambitious," Tyler said, and for the first time, I detected a note of unease in his voice. The next night, we both woke up to the sound of our desk chairs sliding across the floor. Not violently, but definitely moving on their own. The night after that, my backpack tumbled off the hook on the back of our door. "Okay, this is getting out of hand," I said. "I need to get actual sleep before finals." Tyler nodded, chewing on his lower lip. "I have an idea. My dad got me this wireless security camera for Christmas last year. I was supposed to use it to keep an eye on my apartment back home, but what if we set it up in here? Maybe we can catch Jim in the act." I was skeptical but desperate. Worth a shot. We positioned the camera on Tyler's dresser the next day, angling it so it had a view of most of the room. It connected to an app on Tyler's phone where we could check the footage. "Let's see what you're up to, Jim," Tyler muttered as he activated the camera. Here's the weird part. For the entire week we had that camera running. Absolutely nothing happened. No falling books, no opening drawers, no chairs sliding across the floor. Our room was suddenly the most normal, boring dorm room on campus. Maybe he knows we're watching, I suggested half-jokingly after 5 days of nothing. Tyler rolled his eyes. It's not actually a ghost, Marcus. There's got to be some logical explanation for all this. On the 7th night, Tyler got fed up. This is stupid, he said, shutting off the camera app. We're wasting battery for nothing. We went to bed around midnight. At 3:17 in the morning, I remember checking my phone. We were jolted awake by an enormous crash. Tyler flipped on his bedside lamp and we both stared in disbelief at the floor. The camera had fallen off the dresser. Not just fallen, it looked like it had been thrown. It lay in pieces, the lens cracked, the plastic casing split open. Holy shit, Tyler whispered. I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the drafty windows. He knew. He was waiting for us to turn it off. Tyler shook his head, but I could tell he was spooked. It's just a coincidence. The vibrations from the heating system probably knocked it over. But we both knew the heating system had been running all week without incident. After that night, the activity changed. Jim was still around, still moving things and causing trouble, but less frequently, and almost never at night anymore. It was like he'd made his point. Try to catch me and I'll break your stuff. And now he was backing off a bit. I'd be sitting alone in the room in the afternoon and hear the mini fridge door pop open, or Tyler would be showering and come back to find all his pens arranged in a perfect circle on his desk. Small things, annoying things, but nothing scary. We made it through the rest of freshman year with Jim as our third roommate. When housing selections came around for sophomore year, Tyler and I both opted for different dorms. Not because we were afraid of Jim exactly, but because, well, living with a ghost is exhausting, even if he's just a mischievous asshole rather than some vengeful spirit. The following September, I ran into the guys who'd moved into our old room. I couldn't help myself. I had to ask. Hey, this is going to sound weird, but have you noticed anything strange happening in your room? Things moving on their own, stuff like that? They exchanged a look I recognized all too well. How did you know? One of them asked. Last week, my alarm clock flew off my nightstand, like literally flew, and Jason's clothes keep falling off the hangers in the closet. I felt a mixture of validation and sympathy. Yeah, we called him Jim. He's kind of an asshole. They laughed, but nervously. I didn't tell them about the camera incident. No need to freak them out completely. It's been 3 years since I lived with Jim, and I still can't explain what happened in that room. Was it really a ghost, some kind of localized poltergeist phenomenon? A series of incredibly unlikely coincidences? I don't know. What I do know is that something was in that room with us. Something that didn't like being watched, something that seemed almost playful in a twisted sort of way. It wasn't a terrifying haunting like you see in movies. No one got possessed. No bloody messages appeared on the walls. It was just everyday objects moving when they shouldn't have been able to move. And maybe that's what makes it so unsettling. Jim wasn't some dramatic spirit with a tragic backstory and unfinished business. He was just there, making our lives a little more difficult for no apparent reason, like having a roommate who never cleans up after himself, except you can't see him and he can move things with his mind. I've never experienced anything like it since, and honestly, I hope I never do. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment and I hear an unexpected noise, or something falls off a shelf for no reason, a tiny part of me wonders, Jim, is that you? And then I check to make sure there are no cameras around, just in case. Story 17. I never wanted to talk about this. It's been 16 years. And I still get this tight feeling in my chest whenever my mind wanders back to that morning in 2007. I've told exactly 3 people about what happened. My brother Ethan, my therapist, and now whoever reads this. I guess I'm hoping that writing it down might help me process it somehow, though I doubt anything will ever fully explain what I saw that day. I was 24 at the time, living in a basement apartment in Cedar Ridge, Montana with my brother. It wasn't much, just a two-bedroom place with concrete walls painted an ugly beige color and these tiny windows that barely let any light in. But the rent was cheap and it was close enough to where I worked at the time. It happened on a Tuesday morning in March. I remember because I had the late shift at the warehouse that day, so I was lounging around watching some stupid daytime TV show on our old box television. It was around 11 in the morning and Ethan had already left for his job at the auto shop. I was dozing off on the couch, that weird state where you're not quite asleep but definitely not fully awake either. I must have fallen asleep completely at some point because the next thing I remember is opening my eyes. The TV was still on, playing some infomercial now, but something felt wrong. Really wrong. I tried to sit up, but my body wouldn't move. Not even a finger. Not even my eyelids would blink. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, but had never experienced it. In that moment, I wasn't thinking about sleep paralysis, though. I was thinking about the tall figure standing at the foot of our couch. At first, I thought someone had broken in. Our neighborhood wasn't the greatest, and we'd had a break-in 2 months earlier when someone stole Ethan's Xbox. But this was different. The figure was just standing there, not moving, not speaking, just watching me. It was unnaturally tall, had to be at least 6.5 feet, maybe taller. Its head nearly touched our low basement ceiling, and it was wearing a red flannel long-sleeve shirt, buttoned all the way up. I couldn't see its face clearly. It was like, have you ever tried to focus on something in a dark room, and the harder you try, the more it seems to blur? That's what its face was like. I could tell it had features, eyes, a nose, a mouth, but they seemed to shift and blur whenever I tried to focus on them. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to move my arms, my legs, anything, but it was like I was cemented to the couch. The only part of me that could move were my eyes, darting frantically around the room, looking for some way out, some explanation, anything. The figure just stood there, completely still, watching me. I don't know how long this went on. It could have been seconds or minutes, but it felt like hours. The air in the room felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. It was hard to breathe, and it was cold, so damn cold. Our basement apartment was always chilly, but this was different. This was the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. I remember thinking, this is it. This is how I die. I was convinced that whatever this thing was, it was going to kill me, and I couldn't even fight back. I couldn't even scream. Then something inside me snapped. I don't know if it was adrenaline or pure terror, but I managed to break free from the paralysis. It wasn't gradual. 1 second I was completely frozen, and the next I was lurching forward, gasping for air, my arms flailing wildly in front of me, and the figure was gone. Just gone. No sound, no movement, nothing. One moment it was there, and the next it wasn't. I jumped up from the couch, my heart still racing, and checked every corner of our small apartment. I looked behind the furniture, in the closets, under the beds. Nothing. No trace that anyone had been there. The front door was still locked from the inside, and the windows were all closed and locked too. I sat on the edge of my bed for hours after that, too scared to move, too scared to close my eyes. I kept the TV on, the volume turned up high, just to have some noise in the apartment. I called in sick to work. There was no way I could function normally after what had happened. When Ethan got home around 6, I was still sitting there, staring at the wall. He immediately knew something was wrong. I'm not the type to show fear easily, but I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost, which I guess maybe I had. "What's wrong? You look like shit," he said, dropping his keys on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to tell him. How do you tell someone you saw a person in a red flannel shirt standing at the foot of your couch, who then disappeared into thin air? I'd sound crazy. Hell, I was starting to think I was crazy, so I downplayed it. Had a really weird, I don't know, nightmare or something, I said. Woke up and couldn't move. Saw someone standing in the apartment. Ethan looked concerned. Sleep paralysis, maybe? I've heard about that. People see all kinds of weird shit. I nodded, grateful for the explanation. Yeah, probably. Just freaked me out. I didn't tell him about the red flannel shirt. I didn't tell him how real it had felt. I didn't tell him that even as we were talking, I kept glancing over his shoulder, half expecting to see the figure standing there again. Looking back, I wish I had told him everything. Maybe then I would have been more prepared for what came next. I tried to rationalize what had happened. I had been smoking a lot of weed back then, nothing harder, but enough that I thought maybe it had messed with my head somehow. I'd stayed up late the night before playing video games, so I was sleep deprived. And like Ethan said, sleep paralysis was a real thing. People saw all kinds of hallucinations during episodes, but none of those explanations felt right. None of them explained why I kept feeling like I was being watched in our apartment. None of them explained why I started sleeping with the lights on, or why I'd check behind the shower curtain every time I went to the bathroom, or why I'd practically run from room to room, flipping on lights as I went. For months afterward, I was on edge. I couldn't relax in our apartment anymore. I started spending more time at friends' places, picking up extra shifts at work, anything to avoid being home alone. I couldn't stop thinking about the flannel man. That's what I started calling him in my head. The flannel man. It made it seem less scary somehow, giving it a name. Ethan noticed the change in me but didn't push it. He probably thought I was just going through some phase. I never mentioned the incident again, and after a while I started to convince myself that maybe it really had been just a hallucination. A vivid, terrifying hallucination, but a hallucination nonetheless. Then, about 4 months after my experience, Ethan's friend Kayla stayed over. She was just a friend, nothing more, and she crashed on our couch after we'd all been hanging out late. I remember feeling anxious about her sleeping in the living room, where I'd seen the flannel man, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to sound crazy. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of someone pounding on Ethan's bedroom door. I could hear Kayla's voice, high-pitched and frantic, saying something I couldn't make out. I got up and opened my door just as Ethan was opening his. Kayla was standing in the hallway, her face pale, her whole body shaking. She was crying, these big, heaving sobs that made her words hard to understand at first. "There was someone by the bathroom," she kept saying. "I got up to pee, and when I came out, there was someone standing there." Ethan tried to calm her down, telling her it was probably just shadows, that she was half asleep and had imagined it. But Kayla was insistent. "He was tall," she said, "really tall, and he was wearing a red flannel shirt." My blood turned to ice. I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. Kayla had never heard about my experience. I'd never mentioned the red flannel shirt to anyone, not even Ethan. There's no way she could have known. Ethan didn't make the connection immediately. Why would he? I hadn't told him that detail, but I must have made some sound, some gasp or something, because both of them turned to look at me. I must have looked as terrified as I felt, because Ethan's expression changed from confusion to concern. "Trevor, what is it?" I couldn't speak for a moment. When I finally did, my voice was barely a whisper. "The person I saw during my sleep paralysis thing, he was wearing a red flannel shirt too." The three of us just stood there in the hallway, no one speaking. The implications of what I'd just said hung in the air between us. Two different people, months apart, seeing the same distinctively dressed figure in the same apartment. It wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't be. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We sat in the kitchen, lights blazing, talking in low voices about what it could be. A ghost? Some kind of shared hallucination? None of the explanations made sense. None of them were comforting. Kayla never stayed over again. I don't blame her. I would have left too if I could have, but I couldn't afford to move out at the time, so I stayed, jumping at shadows, sleeping with the lights on, always aware of the corners of rooms, the dark spaces where something might be standing, watching. I never saw the flannel man again. Ethan never saw him at all, but the knowledge that he was real, or at least that whatever Kayla and I had experienced was real, has stayed with me all these years. It's a weight I carry, this unexplainable thing that happened. We moved out of that apartment about a year later, I've lived in 3 different places since then, and I've never experienced anything like it again. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my house at night, I'll catch movement out of the corner of my eye, just a shadow, just a trick of the light. But for a split second, my heart will race, and I'll be back in that basement apartment, paralyzed on the couch, staring up at a figure in a red flannel shirt. I don't know what the flannel man was. I don't know if he was specific to that apartment or if he followed me somehow. I don't know if he meant harm or was just there, but I know he was real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. As real as the goosebumps rising on my arms as I write this. I've researched sleep paralysis extensively since then. I've read accounts of people seeing shadow people, dark figures that stand at the foot of their beds or hover over them. But none of those accounts mention the red flannel shirt. None of them mention 2 different people seeing the same figure months apart. So that's my story. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I wouldn't believe it if someone told me. But it happened. The flannel man was real, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if he's still out there somewhere, standing silently in someone else's room, watching, waiting. Story 18. I can't sleep anymore. Not since that day at Hollow Creek Manor. I keep replaying everything in my mind, wondering if there was something I could have done differently. If I had just stayed home that day, they'd still be here. Jake, Emily, David. They'd still be alive. It was supposed to be a simple project for our local history elective at Appalachian State. Jake was so excited about it. He'd been obsessed with Hollow Creek Manor since freshman year. The most haunted place in the Blue Ridge Mountains, he called it. I didn't believe in any of that stuff, but I went along with it because, well, that's what friends do. God, I wish I hadn't. We left campus around 10 in the morning. It was brutally hot for May, one of those sticky, humid days where your clothes cling to your skin and you can't stop sweating. Jake drove his beat-up Subaru while Emily rode shotgun, fiddling with her camera equipment. David sat next to me in the back, complaining about the lack of AC and how the whole trip was a waste of time looking for ghosts that don't exist. The Harringtons probably just packed up and left in the middle of the night, he said, not looking up from his phone. People love making up stories. Jake glanced at him in the rearview mirror, then explained why their dinner was still on the table, or why their clothes were still in the closets, or why their car was still in the garage. Mass suicide, David suggested with a shrug. Family cult thing. Emily turned around, her face serious. What about the lights people saw? Or the sounds? There were like 20 witnesses, David. Mass hysteria. I remember rolling my eyes. David always had to be the skeptic, but secretly, I was grateful for his presence. As a psychology student, I understood the power of suggestion and group thinking. If anyone was going to keep us grounded, it would be him. The drive to Elmswood took almost 2 hours. It's a tiny town, the kind with a single main street and where everyone knows everyone's business. We stopped at a gas station to fill up and grab some snacks. The old man behind the counter gave us a funny look when Jake asked for directions to Hollow Creek Road. "You kids headed up to that old Harrington place?" he asked, scratching his stubbled chin. Jake nodded enthusiastically. "For a school project." The man's face darkened. "Best find another project. That place ain't right." We laughed it off in the car, but I felt a twist in my stomach. Every small town has its ghost stories, but the way that man looked at us, it wasn't the usual spooky old guy routine. He seemed genuinely concerned. Hollow Creek Road was barely visible from the main highway, just a weed-choked gravel path with a rusted gate that hadn't been locked in decades. Jake drove slowly, the undercarriage of his car scraping against rocks and overgrown roots. The trees grew denser as we climbed, forming a canopy that blocked out the sun. Despite the heat, I felt cold. "There it is," Jake whispered as we rounded a bend. Hollow Creek Manor loomed before us, a massive Victorian monstrosity set against the mountain backdrop. 3 stories of weathered wood and broken windows with a wraparound porch sagging in the middle like a mouth-frozen mid-scream. Ivy crawled up the walls like veins on a corpse. Holy shit, Emily breathed, already snapping pictures through the windshield. It's perfect. We parked a few yards from the front steps. The humidity seemed even worse here, like a physical weight pressing down. When I stepped out of the car, the silence hit me immediately. No birds, no insects, nothing but the occasional creak of the house as it settled. Jake was practically giddy hauling equipment from the trunk, flashlights, a digital recorder, even an EMF meter he'd bought online. Emily checked her cameras while David set up a makeshift base with his laptop and portable chargers. We've got about 6 hours of good daylight, Jake said, checking his watch. Let's start with the ground floor, then work our way up. I remember staring at the front door, at the tarnished brass knocker shaped like a lion's head. Should we knock? I asked, only half joking. Jake laughed. I don't think anyone's home, Sarah. He pushed the door open with a dramatic flourish. It swung inward with a low, mournful groan that seemed to echo forever. The smell hit us first, musty and thick like old books left in a damp basement. But underneath was something else, something sickly sweet that made my nose wrinkle. Decay, maybe, or mold. The foyer was grand, with a sweeping staircase leading to the upper floors and doorways branching off in different directions. Dust motes danced in the beams of light streaming through broken windows. Despite the years of abandonment, the place felt preserved somehow, like it was waiting. Emily immediately started taking photos, the flash momentarily illuminating dark corners. The lighting in here is incredible, she murmured, adjusting her settings. Jake consulted the crude floor plan he'd drawn based on old county records. Dining room should be through there, he said, pointing to a set of double doors to our right. That's where they found the table still set for dinner. My skin prickled as we pushed open those doors. The dining room was exactly as the stories described, a long mahogany table set for 5, with fine china plates coated in decades of dust. Silverware lay perfectly arranged beside each setting. Wine glasses stood half-filled with what had once been red wine, now evaporated to dark stains at the bottom. They just vanished in the middle of dinner, Jake whispered, his voice tinged with excitement rather than fear. David ran his finger along the back of a chair, leaving a clean streak in the dust. Or someone cleaned up the evidence and staged this to create a mystery. We spent almost an hour in that room, documenting everything. Emily photographed the table settings from every angle, while Jake recorded detailed notes about the placement of each item. David set up a small digital thermometer, muttering something about establishing a baseline for temperature fluctuations. I found myself drawn to a portrait hanging above the fireplace, a stern-faced woman with hair pulled tightly back, her eyes seeming to follow me as I moved around the room. Margaret Harrington, I assumed, the matriarch of the family that disappeared. The library was next, walls lined with bookshelves reaching to the ceiling, leather-bound volumes with gilded spines now dulled by time. Many of the books had fallen to the floor, their pages yellowed and brittle. Jake carefully examined titles while Emily photographed the chaos. "Hey," David called from across the room. "Check this out." He was standing by a small writing desk, holding what looked like a journal bound in faded red leather. "I think it's a diary." Jake rushed over, his eyes wide. "Is it Margaret's?" David nodded, opening to the first page. Margaret Elizabeth Harrington, 1972. He flipped through carefully, scanning entries. Most of it's mundane stuff. Family matters, town gossip. I peered over his shoulder. "What's that entry? The one with the underlined date?" David turned back a few pages and began to read aloud. "October 15th. The voices have gotten louder. Charles says I'm imagining things, but I know what I hear. They come from the walls at night, whispering things I cannot understand. The children are frightened. Even Charles must admit the shadows move when they shouldn't." A chill ran through me despite the heat. Jake was practically vibrating with excitement. Keep reading, he urged. David turned the page. October 20th. Something is wrong with this house. I've seen it breathing, the walls expanding and contracting like lungs. Charles finally heard the voices last night. He wanted to leave immediately, but where would we go? This is our home. We cannot abandon it. Emily had stopped taking photos, her camera hanging forgotten around her neck. Jesus, she whispered. October 25th, David continued, his voice noticeably shakier. The house knows we want to leave. It doesn't like that. The doors won't open this morning. The windows resist when we try to raise them. Charles broke the glass in the sunroom, but it healed itself. What kind of house heals itself? The children are crying. I don't know what to do. He stopped reading, closing the diary with a snap. This is bullshit. Someone wrote this later to perpetuate the legend. Jake snatched the diary from him. The handwriting matches the letters in the county archives. This is real, David. I should have spoken up then, should have suggested we leave. But I didn't. Some morbid curiosity kept me silent, wanting to know more even as dread pooled in my stomach. We moved upstairs to the bedrooms. The master bedroom was dominated by a four-poster bed with rotting curtains. A vanity stood against one wall, the mirror clouded with age. On the dresser were hairbrushes with strands of grey hair still caught in the bristles, jewelry boxes containing tarnished necklaces and rings, and framed photographs of stern-faced children who never smiled. Jake continued reading from the diary as Emily photographed the room. November 1st. I can feel the house watching us. The walls have eyes. The floor has a pulse. Charles tried to break down the front door with an axe today, but the wood wouldn't splinter. It absorbed the blows like flesh. We are prisoners here. The temperature seemed to drop suddenly. I rubbed my arms, goosebumps rising on my skin despite the earlier heat. November 3rd, Jake read, his voice hushed. The shadows are taking form now. I saw one standing at the foot of our bed last night, watching us sleep. It had Margaret's face. My face. But wrong somehow. Charles saw it too. He screamed until his voice gave out. The children have stopped crying. They just stare at the walls now, listening. Sometimes they nod, as if responding to questions I cannot hear. A loud bang from downstairs made us all jump. Emily dropped her camera, the lens cracking against the hardwood floor. What the hell was that? David whispered. Probably just the wind, Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. Another bang, louder this time, like a door slamming shut. Then another, and another. Throughout the house, doors were slamming in rapid succession, the sound getting closer and closer to our room. We need to leave, I said, my voice barely audible over my pounding heart. Now. We rushed into the hallway, just as the temperature plummeted further. My breath fogged in front of my face. The windows began to rattle in their frames, glass vibrating so violently I thought it would shatter. Then came the growl, low and guttural, like nothing I'd ever heard before. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the walls themselves, reverberating through the floorboards beneath our feet. "Run!" David shouted, pushing me toward the stairs. We bolted down the hallway, the growling growing louder behind us. The staircase loomed ahead, our only escape route. Jake reached it first, taking the steps two at a time with Emily right behind him. I was halfway down when the front door slammed shut with a bang that shook the entire house. David crashed into me from behind, nearly sending us both tumbling down the remaining stairs. Jake reached the door first, yanking on the handle. "It won't open!" he shouted, panic distorting his voice. He threw his shoulder against it again and again, but the wood wouldn't budge. Emily ran to the nearest window, trying to raise the sash. "It's stuck. Everything's stuck." The light was fading fast, shadows lengthening across the foyer floor, but it wasn't sunset. It was something else. Darkness seeping into the house like ink in water, consuming everything it touched. That's when we saw her, emerging from the shadows at the top of the stairs. A woman in a Victorian dress, her face a twisted mirror of the portrait in the dining room. Margaret Harrington, or what was left of her. Skin grey and sagging, eyes hollow black pits. fingers elongated into skeletal claws that reached toward us. Emily screamed. The sound cut off abruptly as she backed into the wall, which seemed to ripple around her like water. Before any of us could react, the wall opened. There's no other way to describe it. It opened like a mouth and swallowed her whole, leaving nothing but her camera clattering to the floor. "Emily!" Jake lunged toward where she had been, pounding his fists against now solid wood. David grabbed my arm, pulling me toward another door. "The back way. There has to be another exit." We ran through the dining room, past the table with its ghostly place settings, into what must have been the kitchen. Rusted appliances and rotting cabinets loomed in the growing darkness. A back door stood at the far end, our last hope. David reached it first, wrenching at the handle. For a moment it seemed to give. Bright sunlight pierced the gloom as the door opened an inch, then two. But then the growl came again, so loud it hurt my ears, and the door slammed shut, catching David's fingers. His scream of pain turned to one of terror as the floor beneath him began to soften. He sank into it like quicksand, the wood flowing up around his legs, his waist, his chest. "Sarah, help me," he screamed, reaching for me. I grabbed his hands, pulling with all my strength, but it was like fighting against a current. The floor wanted him. The house wanted him. His fingers slipped from mine, and with one final terrible scream, he disappeared beneath the surface, the floorboards smoothing over as if he'd never been there at all. I ran, back through the dining room, into the foyer where Jake was still frantically searching for a way out. The darkness was almost complete now, broken only by strange, phosphorescent light emanating from the walls themselves. "They're gone," I sobbed, grabbing his arm. The house took them. Jake's eyes were wild with fear and grief. "We have to get out. We have to." The growl came again, cutting him off. But this time, it formed words, distorted and inhuman, but unmistakable. "Stay with us." The walls began to close in, the ceiling lowering, the very architecture of the house shifting around us like it was alive. Because it was alive. Margaret had been right all along. I saw the shadows taking shape, forming human silhouettes that stepped out of the darkness. The Harrington family, their faces twisted in eternal screams, and behind them, newer shapes, Emily and David, their eyes now hollow pits like Margaret's, their mouths open in silent cries for help. Jake pushed me behind him as Margaret's spectral form descended the stairs, her skeletal hands reaching for us, her mouth opening impossibly wide to reveal nothing but darkness inside. "The diary," Jake whispered suddenly. "Where's the diary?" I'd forgotten. He'd dropped it when we ran. It lay open on the floor near the staircase, pages fluttering without any breeze. "It's the only proof," he said. "You have to get it out, Sarah. You have to tell people what happened here." Before I could stop him, he lunged for the diary, snatching it from the floor and shoving it into my hands. Then he turned to face Margaret, his arms spread wide. "Take me," he shouted. "Let her go, and take me." Margaret's form seemed to hesitate, her head tilting like a curious animal. Then she smiled, a horrible, splitting grin that cracked her face like porcelain. The floor beneath Jake liquefied. The walls flowed around him like wax. He didn't scream as the house consumed him. The last thing I saw was his eyes, locked on mine, silently urging me to run. The front door swung open with a whisper. Sunlight poured in, momentarily blinding me. Without thinking, I clutched the diary to my chest and ran, out the door, down the steps, across the overgrown lawn to Jake's car. The keys were still in the ignition. I started the engine and floored it, gravel spraying as I tore down the driveway, not daring to look back until I reached the main road. When I finally did look in the rearview mirror, Hollow Creek Manor stood silent and dark against the mountainside, looking exactly as it had when we arrived, as if nothing had happened, as if my friends weren't trapped inside. I've told the police everything. They searched the house but found nothing. No signs of struggle, no evidence that Jake, Emily, or David had ever been there except for Emily's broken camera on the floor of the foyer. The footage showed nothing but shadows and distorted whispers. The diary is gone. It was in my hands when I escaped, but somewhere between the manor and the police station, it vanished. Sometimes I think I imagined it all, that grief has broken my mind. But then I feel the house calling to me, tugging at my thoughts, inviting me back. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I consider accepting that invitation, because at least then I'd be with my friends again. Story 19. I still haven't told anyone about what happened to me 3 months ago. I've been trying to convince myself it was just exhaustion or stress playing tricks on my mind, but I know what I experienced was real. I can't sleep most nights, and when I do, I wake up drenched in sweat, hearing those whispers again. It started when I was driving to Burlington for a job interview. I'd been unemployed for 8 months after being laid off from my marketing position, and this opportunity was too good to pass up, even though it meant driving 4 hours through some pretty desolate areas. The interview was scheduled for 9 in the morning, so I decided to leave the night before and get a motel somewhere along the way. I left my apartment around 7 in the evening, thinking I'd drive for about 3 hours before stopping. The first 2 hours were fine, but then it started to rain, not just a drizzle, but the kind of downpour where your wipers can barely keep up. I was on a stretch of highway that cut through thick forest with barely any other cars around. My eyelids were getting heavy and I kept slapping my face to stay awake. The last thing I needed was to crash my car when I was already living paycheck to paycheck. Around 11 at night, I was seriously struggling to keep my eyes open. The rain had eased up, but the darkness felt oppressive. My GPS showed no towns for another 40 miles, and I knew I couldn't make it that far. Just as I was considering pulling over to nap in my car, which terrified me being a woman alone on a deserted highway, I spotted a flickering neon sign on the right side of the road. The Last Vacancy Motel. The sign had this weird bluish glow that seemed to pulse through the mist. I remember thinking the name was strange, like, was it their last vacancy, or was it called The Last Vacancy? Either way, I was too exhausted to care. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, noticing only 2 other cars parked there. The building itself was not great. 2 stories of faded yellow siding, some of the exterior lights broken and peeling paint around the windows. But at that point, I would have slept in a cardboard box if it meant not driving anymore. The office had this bell that made an unnaturally loud ding when I pushed through the door. The lobby smelled like mothballs and something else I couldn't place, maybe old cigarettes or mildew. There was no one at the front desk, just a little silver bell with a handwritten sign that said, "Ring for service." I tapped the bell, and almost immediately this elderly woman appeared from a back room. I didn't even hear her coming. She was just suddenly there. She had to be in her 80s with paper-thin skin and these pale blue eyes that didn't seem to blink enough. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she wore a cardigan despite it being a warm June night. "Need a room?" she asked. Her voice was raspy but oddly flat, like she was reading from a script. I nodded and asked about the rate. She told me $60 for the night, cash only. Luckily, I had enough on me. The whole time she was processing my information, she never really looked at me directly, just stared at a spot slightly to the left of my face. She handed me an actual metal key, not a key card like most places use now, with a plastic tag that had 13 written on it in faded marker. "Second floor, end of the hall," she said. "Checkout is at 11, no visitors after midnight." Then she just stood there, waiting for me to leave. I asked if there was a vending machine or anywhere I could get some water, and she pointed to a corridor behind me. "Ice and vending at the end of the hall, stairs to your right." The main hallway was dimly lit with these yellowish lights that buzzed and flickered. The carpet was this ugly brown pattern that might have been fashionable in the 70s. I grabbed a water from the vending machine and headed up the stairs, which creaked with every step. The second floor hallway was completely silent. I mean, unnaturally silent. No TV sounds from other rooms, no air conditioning units humming, nothing. Just absolute stillness. There were maybe 15 rooms on that floor and mine was at the very end. The hallway felt longer than it should have been for the size of the building I'd seen from outside. Room 13 had a door that was slightly darker than the others, or maybe that was just the poor lighting playing tricks on me. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it several times before the door finally swung open with a long, drawn-out creak. The room itself was basic, Queen bed with a faded floral bedspread, small TV that probably still had a VCR attached, a desk with a lamp, and a bathroom. The wallpaper was this muted green pattern that seemed to absorb the light from the single bedside lamp. I locked and chained the door behind me, did a quick check of the bathroom, old habits from too many crime shows, and collapsed onto the bed without even changing clothes. Despite my exhaustion, I couldn't fall asleep. There was this feeling, this weight pressing down on me, not physically, but mentally, like someone was watching me. I tried to brush it off. I was in a strange place, alone, tired. Of course I'd feel uneasy. I turned on the TV for some background noise, but all I got was static on every channel. The clock on the nightstand read 12:15, and the red numbers seemed unusually bright in the dim room. I turned off the TV and tried to sleep again, pulling the covers up despite the room being uncomfortably warm. That's when I noticed it, a dark spot on the ceiling that I was almost certain hadn't been there before. At first I thought it might be a shadow from the lamp, but when I turned the lamp off, the spot was still visible against the white ceiling, darker than the darkness around it, and it seemed larger. I turned the lamp back on and sat up, staring at the spot. It was definitely bigger now, maybe the size of a dinner plate, and it had an odd sheen to it, like ink spreading through paper. As I watched, a small tendril of darkness extended from the main blob, reaching outward like a finger. My heart started racing. I told myself it was just a water stain that I hadn't noticed before. Old buildings leak, right? But then I heard it, a soft dripping sound coming from the bathroom. I should have grabbed my keys and left right then. That's what any sane person would have done. But I convinced myself there had to be a rational explanation. The bathroom faucet was probably leaking, causing a water stain on the ceiling. Simple. I got up and walked to the bathroom door, which was partially closed. The dripping sound got louder as I approached. I pushed the door open, and sure enough, the sink faucet was running. Just a thin stream of water. I know I didn't turn it on when I checked the bathroom earlier. I turned it off and looked up at the mirror. That's when my blood went cold. Behind me, reflected in the mirror, was a figure, not clearly defined, more like a shadow of a person, darker than the darkness of the room. I spun around, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There was nothing there. The bathroom was empty, but the door to my room, the door I had locked and chained, was now standing wide open, revealing the hallway outside, except the hallway wasn't the same. The yellowish lights were out, replaced by an oppressive darkness that seemed to pulse and breathe like it was alive. I backed away from the door, fumbling for my phone in my pocket. No signal, of course. I tried to call 911 anyway, but the call wouldn't go through. The phone felt ice cold in my hand, like it had been sitting in a freezer. That's when the whispers started. They were so faint at first that I thought it was just the sound of my own panicked breathing. But they grew louder, coming from all directions at once. I couldn't make out words exactly. More like urgent murmurings in a language I almost understood but couldn't quite grasp. The shadows on the walls began to move. Not like normal shadows that shift when the light source moves. These moved independently, forming shapes that looked like faces with hollow eyes and gaping mouths. They seemed to be reaching toward me, stretching across the walls and ceiling. The dark stain on the ceiling had spread considerably now, covering almost half the surface and dripping down the wall like thick black syrup. The dripping sound had returned, louder and more insistent, even though I was standing in the main room, not the bathroom. I knew I had to get out of there. I grabbed my car keys and made a run for the open door, not even bothering with my overnight bag. But the hallway wasn't right. It stretched before me, much longer than it should have been, the end seeming miles away. The doors on either side were warped, their numbers blurring and changing as I looked at them. I ran anyway, my feet feeling like they were moving through molasses. The whispers grew to a crescendo around me, and the walls seemed to pulse inward, narrowing the hallway with each beat. Something cold brushed against the back of my neck. Not a hand, but something that felt like wet silk sliding across my skin. I screamed and ran faster, but the hallway kept stretching. The floor beneath me felt soft and uneven, like I was running on something alive. The air grew thick and cold, making it hard to breathe. The last thing I remember is something wrapping around my ankle, causing me to fall forward into darkness. I woke up in my car. The sun was just rising, casting an orange glow over the dashboard. I was in the driver's seat, keys in the ignition, seatbelt fastened. My overnight bag was on the passenger seat beside me. I was drenched in sweat, my clothes sticking to my skin, and my throat was raw like I'd been screaming. The motel was gone. I don't mean it was further down the road or that I'd somehow driven away from it. I mean the spot where it had stood was nothing but dense forest on both sides of the highway. No gravel parking lot, no faded yellow building, no flickering neon sign, nothing to suggest a building had ever stood there. I started the car with shaking hands and drove away as fast as I could. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the motel materialize behind me, but there was nothing but empty road. I missed my job interview. I couldn't bring myself to continue the drive. I just turned around and headed home, stopping only for gas and avoiding eye contact with everyone I encountered. When I got home, I found a small damp stain on the back of my shirt, a dark, inky blotch that wouldn't wash out no matter what I tried. Sometimes at night, I still hear those whispers. And sometimes, when I'm driving and see a motel sign in the distance, I swear it flickers and changes for just a moment to read, "The last vacancy." I don't stop at roadside motels anymore. I don't drive at night if I can help it. And I always check the ceiling before I try to sleep. Story 20. I've been debating whether to post this for months. After 20 years on the force, I've seen things most people couldn't stomach over breakfast: domestics, fatal accidents, suicides, you name it. I've probably responded to it. But what happened at the Harper House last October still keeps me up at night. I'm not expecting anyone to believe me. Hell, I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't lived through it myself. Or rather was, Officer Jack Thompson with the Mill Creek PD. I say was, because I took early retirement 3 months ago after 22 years of service. My wife thinks it was the stress of the job or that shooting incident back in 2017. But it wasn't. It was that goddamn house on Oak Street. The Harper House had been abandoned for almost a decade after the murders. A family of 4, parents and 2 kids, found butchered in their beds one morning. No suspects, no witnesses, nothing but 4 bloody corpses and a case file that eventually went cold. I was just a rookie when it happened, barely knew which end of my gun was which. I remember the lead detective, Ramirez, smoking 3 packs a day by the time they shelved the case. He quit the force 6 months later. Now I understand why. That night, October 23rd, dispatch called in a possible break-in at the Harper place. Neighbors reported lights moving inside the house. It was around 11:30, and I was already on that side of town wrapping up a noise complaint at some college party. Standard procedure would have been to wait for backup, but the nearest available unit was 15 minutes out, and I figured it was probably just some teenagers looking for a spooky place to drink or make out. When I pulled up to the house, everything was quiet. No vehicles parked nearby, no obvious signs of forced entry from the street. The place looked exactly like what it was, a decaying relic that the town pretended didn't exist. The paint was peeling off in long strips like dead skin. The yard was overgrown with weeds that reached past my knees. The whole property had this weight to it, like the air was somehow thicker there. I called in my position and approached the front porch, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The wooden steps creaked under my weight. Not a gentle creak, but the kind that makes you wonder if the whole thing might collapse. When I reached the door, I noticed it was slightly ajar, maybe an inch or 2 open. I announced myself, Mill Creek Police, and pushed the door wider with my foot. The hinges protested with a long, rusty whine. The smell hit me immediately, musty and thick, like wet newspapers left in a basement for years. My beam swept across the entryway, revealing dust-covered floors with footprints leading inside. Not fresh ones, mind you. These looked weeks old at least. I called out again, louder this time. No response except for the distant drip of water somewhere deep in the house. As I stepped inside, I noticed a faint bluish light coming from upstairs, barely visible, like the glow of a cell phone screen in a dark room. The floorboards creaked with every step. I'm not a small guy, 6'1", 200 pounds, and that old house seemed to groan under my weight. I kept my hand on my holstered weapon as I moved through the first floor. The living room was empty except for a broken recliner and shredded curtains. The kitchen still had dishes in the sink, like whoever lived there had just stepped out for a minute 10 years ago and never returned. That's when I heard it, a soft sound from upstairs. Not footsteps, more like whispering, a voice so quiet I couldn't make out the words. I radioed in that I was checking the second floor, but all I got back was static. Cell service in Mill Creek is spotty at best, but my radio had never failed me before. The staircase looked like something from a horror movie, narrow, steep, with missing balusters in the railing. As I started climbing, each step complained louder than the last. That bluish light seemed to pulse slightly, getting brighter then dimmer in a rhythm that wasn't quite regular. When I reached the landing, the whispering stopped. I stood completely still, straining to hear. The house settled around me, creaking and shifting like it was breathing. Then it came again, clearer this time. Help me. It sounded like a child, a young girl maybe. My first thought was that someone was trapped, maybe a homeless person or a kid who'd gotten in and couldn't get out. I followed the sound down the hallway, checking rooms as I went. The master bedroom was empty, except for a rotting mattress covered in mold. The bathroom had a shattered mirror, each shard reflecting my flashlight beam back at me from different angles. At the end of the hall was what must have been a child's bedroom. The door was closed. As I approached, the temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath pluming in front of my face. October in Mill Creek isn't exactly warm, but it was in the 50s that night. This felt like stepping into a freezer. "Police officer," I announced, pushing the door open. "Is anyone in here?" The room was empty. No furniture, no light source, nothing that could have made that voice I heard. Just peeling wallpaper with faded cartoon characters dancing across it. My flashlight beam swept across the walls, and that's when I saw it, scratched into the wallpaper in jagged, desperate strokes. "Help us." Not help me like I'd heard, but help us. The words looked like they'd been carved with fingernails deep enough to tear through to the drywall beneath, and they were fresh. No dust had settled in the grooves. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something was very wrong here. In 20 years of police work, I'd developed a pretty reliable sense for danger, and every instinct was screaming at me to get out. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone in this house needed help. "Is anyone here?" I called out, louder this time. "If you need assistance, I'm here to help." The whispering started again, but different now. Multiple voices overlapping, all saying the same thing. "Help us." They seemed to come from everywhere at once. The walls, the ceiling, behind me, in front of me. The room grew even colder, to the point where my fingers started to go numb around my flashlight. That's when I decided it was time to leave. I'd call for backup, get the house properly searched in daylight. I turned to go, but as I reached for the doorknob, I heard something that froze me in place. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs. Heavy ones, like someone wearing boots. I knew I was alone in that house. The footsteps didn't sound like they were trying to be quiet. They were measured, purposeful, getting closer with each passing second. I drew my weapon and pointed it toward the hallway. "Mill Creek Police, identify yourself." The footsteps stopped. For 5 seconds, there was absolute silence. Then my flashlight flickered once, twice, and went dead. I was plunged into darkness so complete I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The only light came from the faint moonlight filtering through a dirty window, casting everything in shades of gray and black. I reached for the spare flashlight on my belt, but my fingers fumbled and it clattered to the floor. As I bent to search for it, I heard a sound that will haunt me until the day I die. A whisper right behind my ear, so close I could feel the cold breath on my neck. "Help us." I didn't think. I didn't look back. I ran. I've never run from anything in my life, not in 20 years of police work, not in dangerous situations that would make most people piss themselves, but I ran that night. I couldn't see where I was going. I slammed into the hallway wall, bounced off, and kept moving. I found the stairs more by luck than anything else, nearly tumbling down them in my haste. Something was behind me. I couldn't see it or hear it, but I could feel it, like a pressure on my back, pushing me to go faster. When I reached the front door, it was closed. I know it was open when I came in. I hadn't closed it behind me. I grabbed the knob and twisted, but it wouldn't budge. I threw my shoulder against it once, twice, 3 times before it finally gave way, sending me sprawling onto the porch. I didn't stop. I scrambled to my patrol car, fumbling with the keys, looking back at the house the whole time. The front door remained open, the darkness beyond it absolute. Nothing followed me out, nothing visible anyway. When I got back to the station, I sat in my car for 10 minutes, just trying to stop my hands from shaking. My sergeant asked what happened, and I told him the house was secure, no signs of intrusion. I couldn't bring myself to say what really occurred. Who would believe me? 20 years of being the rational one, the level-headed cop who didn't buy into superstition or ghost stories, and now this. I went back to the Harper house the next day. In daylight, it looked different, just a sad, abandoned house falling apart from neglect. I went inside with 2 other officers, claiming I wanted to do a more thorough check. We found nothing. No scratched words on the wallpaper, no unexplained cold spots, no voices, just dust and decay and the remnants of a tragedy nobody wanted to remember. I tried to forget about it, I really did, but the nightmares started almost immediately. Dreams where I'm back in that house, but this time I can't escape. The voices get louder, the footsteps get closer, and sometimes just before I wake up, I catch a glimpse of what was coming up those stairs. 3 months ago, I put in my retirement paperwork. My wife and I moved 2 towns over, far enough away that I don't have to drive past Oak Street ever again, but it doesn't matter. Distance doesn't help. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up to whispers. My wife never hears them. They're always the same 2 words, over and over, like they're being carved into my brain. Help us. I don't know what happened in that house, what's still happening there. I don't know if the Harper family is somehow still trapped in that place, or if it's something older, something that was there before them. All I know is that whatever it is, it's still waiting, still hoping someone will answer its call. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I should have stayed, if I should have tried to help, because whatever was in that house, whatever spoke to me that night, it sounded desperate. It sounded like it had been waiting a very long time. I won't go back, I can't, but I also can't forget, and I can't shake the feeling that someday someone else will hear those whispers. And maybe they'll be braver than I was. Maybe they'll stay and listen. Maybe they'll help. Or maybe they'll end up like the Harper family. Story 21. I never believed in ghosts or the paranormal until we moved into our house in Prairie Meadows, Texas. That place changed everything for me. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened there, and even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. My wife Olivia and I were so excited when we found the house. We'd been married just under a year, had a 6-month-old son, and were desperate to get out of our tiny apartment. The real estate market in our area was brutal, even for a small town, but we finally found a place within our budget, a charming 3-bedroom ranch-style home in a quiet neighborhood called Prairie Meadows. At $200,000, it was at the top of our budget, but it seemed perfect. The closing process started smoothly. Our realtor was great, the inspection went well, and we were counting down the days until we could move in. Then, 3 days before closing, our loan officer called with news that made my stomach drop. There was an $80,000 open insurance claim on the property. When I asked what happened, she hesitated before explaining that the previous owners had died in the home, both of them, at the same time, and they weren't found for 3 weeks. I remember sitting at our kitchen table, phone pressed to my ear, feeling like I'd been punched in the gut. Olivia was staring at me, mouthing, "What's wrong?" But I couldn't even speak yet. Our loan officer explained that in Texas, sellers don't have to disclose deaths that occurred naturally, only murders or suicides. The previous owners were an elderly couple in their 80s. The husband had apparently fallen, and his wife, who had Alzheimer's, couldn't call for help or take care of herself after he died. The insurance money had been used by their children to hire a specialized cleaning company to sanitize the property. Olivia and I stayed up all night discussing whether to back out. We'd already given notice at our apartment, and finding another house in our price range seemed impossible. Plus, we'd lose our earnest money if we walked away. In the morning, exhausted and conflicted, we decided to go through with it. The house was beautiful, in a good neighborhood, and death is a natural part of life, right? We convinced ourselves it would be fine. The day we moved in was sunny and warm. Friends helped us unload the U-Haul, and by evening we had our bedroom set up and our son's crib assembled. Everyone left around 8, and for the first time, we were alone in our new home. That first night, around 2 in the morning, we were jolted awake by a loud bang from the bathroom. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. Ethan grabbed his phone as a flashlight, and we crept down the hallway together. My heart was hammering in my chest as he pushed open the door. All of our son's bath toys, which we'd placed neatly in a mesh bag hanging from the shower head, were scattered in the bathtub. Every single one. Maybe we didn't secure the bag properly, Ethan suggested, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. The next day, I was home alone unpacking while Ethan was at work. I felt watched. It wasn't anything specific, just this weird sensation on the back of my neck. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just new house jitters combined with knowing what had happened here. Finally, feeling silly but needing to address the elephant in the room, I stood in the middle of the living room and said firmly, "This is my house now. You need to leave." I swear to God, not 10 seconds later, our front door, which was definitely locked, swung open about 6 inches. I nearly peed myself. I called Ethan in tears, and he came home early. We checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked and secure. The door opened perfectly fine, with no signs of sticking or problems with the latch. The following weekend, Ethan was taking a shower while I was making breakfast. Suddenly, our Amazon Echo in the kitchen lit up and said, "The answer is 42 degrees Fahrenheit." I froze, spatula in hand. Nobody had asked it anything. It just answered. That night, around 3 a.m., we woke to the sound of our normally quiet dog growling in the hallway. His hackles were raised, and he was staring intently at the corner of our bedroom where we'd stacked some unpacked boxes. Ethan turned on the light, but there was nothing there. Our dog wouldn't stop growling for nearly 10 minutes. A pattern began to emerge over the next few weeks. At least once or twice a week, something unexplainable would happen. Our doorbell would ring, but no one would be there, not even on our video doorbell footage. We'd hear owls hooting right outside our windows at odd hours, but when we mentioned it to our neighbors, they looked at us strangely and said there weren't any owls in the neighborhood. One night, we were watching Netflix when the show suddenly paused itself. We figured it was buffering, but then it started playing again, paused again, and then jumped backward 10 minutes. The remote was on the coffee table, untouched. Most disturbing was our son's behavior. He started waking up in the middle of the night, not crying but laughing, like someone was playing with him or entertaining him. We'd rush in to find him sitting up in his crib, giggling and pointing at the empty corner of his room. About 2 months after moving in, I was doing laundry when I realized I couldn't find our king-sized comforter. It was a heavy, dark blue blanket that we used every night. I tore the house apart looking for it. I checked every closet, under every bed, in the washer and dryer, even in our cars. It was just gone, completely vanished. To this day, we have no idea what happened to it. The lights were another issue. We'd walk into rooms to find lights on that we distinctly remembered turning off. Sometimes they'd switch off while we were in the room. Ethan had an electrician come check the wiring, thinking maybe the house had electrical issues. The guy did a complete inspection and actually ended up upgrading some old wiring, but the lights continued their strange behavior even after the work was done. On Thanksgiving, Ethan's brother came to stay with us. He slept in our guest room and in the morning looked exhausted. When I asked if everything was okay, he hesitated before telling us that around 2 a.m. he woke up to see a beam of light illuminating Ethan's truck in the driveway. The weird part was that the light had no source. It wasn't from a street light or neighbor's house. It was just a column of light focused entirely on the truck and nothing else. He watched it for about 5 minutes before it faded away. We started noticing that guests would sometimes get suddenly ill in our house. My mom came for a weekend and developed a splitting headache within an hour of arriving. Our friends would comment on feeling dizzy or nauseated. None of them knew about the house's history. We were too embarrassed to tell anyone. I think the strangest incident happened about 6 months after we moved in. I was home alone with our son who was napping. I was in the kitchen when I heard what sounded like shuffling footsteps coming from the master bedroom. It wasn't just a random house noise. It was distinct footsteps, slow and dragging, like someone wearing slippers. I called out Ethan's name, even though I knew he was at work. The footsteps stopped. Heart pounding, I grabbed a kitchen knife and crept toward the bedroom, phone in hand, ready to call 911. I pushed the door open slowly and the room was empty, but the closet door was wide open, a closet I specifically remembered closing that morning. As I stood there, the temperature in the room dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. In April, in Texas. I grabbed my son and drove straight to my friend's house, where I stayed until Ethan got home from work. We started talking to neighbors, trying to learn more about the previous owners without sounding too weird. An older woman across the street told us that the wife used to stand at the front window for hours watching the street. She had advanced Alzheimer's and would often not recognize her own husband. The neighbor thought the husband probably fell and couldn't get up, and without him, his wife couldn't survive. The activity seemed to follow a pattern. It would be quiet for weeks, then we'd have 3 or 4 incidents in a row. It was like they were reminding us they were still there. The most recent thing happened just last week. I was giving our son a bath when the bathroom door slowly closed by itself, not slammed, just drifted shut as if someone was trying not to make noise. I called out, thinking Ethan had come home early, but the house was empty except for us. We've thought about moving, but the housing market has gotten even worse, and financially, we just can't do it right now. Plus, as weird as it sounds, I don't feel threatened by whatever is happening. It's more like coexistence. Annoying, sometimes scary coexistence, but not malevolent. Sometimes I talk to them, the previous owners. I tell them about our day or what renovations we're planning. It sounds crazy, but the weird stuff seems to happen less when I do this. I don't know what to make of all this. I've never believed in ghosts, but I can't explain what's happening in our house. The previous owners died here, alone and undiscovered for weeks. Maybe something of them stayed behind. Maybe they're confused or lost, or just not ready to leave their home. All I know is that we're not alone in this house, and I don't think we ever will be as long as we live in Prairie Meadows. Story 22. I still can't sleep right after what happened 3 weeks ago. I've tried talking to my therapist about it, but she thinks I was hallucinating from exhaustion. Maybe I was. God, I hope I was. But it felt so real. I was driving from Houston to Los Angeles for a job interview. My old company had laid me off, and a friend told me about an opening at his firm in LA. The interview was on Monday morning, and I decided to drive instead of fly to save money. I know, stupid decision given the distance, but I was desperate and broke. I left on Friday morning thinking I'd have plenty of time. 3 days of driving should have been enough to get there and rest before the interview. The first day went fine. Made it through Texas with no issues. I stayed at a cheap motel just past El Paso, got some sleep, and headed out early Saturday morning. That second day is when things started getting weird. I was on one of those desert highways. I think it was somewhere in Arizona, but honestly, those roads all looked the same after a while. Miles and miles of nothing but sand, rocks, and the occasional dead shrub. The sky was this intense blue that hurt my eyes, and the heat was making the road shimmer like there was water on it. I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. My phone showed no service, which wasn't surprising given where I was, but still made me uneasy. I tried the radio to keep myself company, but all I got was static. I flipped through every station, but nothing came through except white noise that seemed to change pitch occasionally, almost like it was trying to form words. After turning off the radio, the silence in the car was suffocating. Just the hum of tires on asphalt and the AC blasting. I was exhausted but pushing through. I kept checking my rearview mirror out of habit, but there was never anything behind me except empty roads stretching back to the horizon. That's when I saw her. She was just standing on the side of the highway. No car nearby, no backpack, nothing. Just a young woman in jeans and a pale blue t-shirt, her dark hair blowing across her face in the wind. I slowed down instinctively, but something about her made me hesitate. She wasn't thumbing a ride. She was just standing there, watching my car approach. Her eyes looked wrong somehow, too wide, too hollow. I sped back up and drove past her. In my mirror, I could see her head turn to follow my car as I passed, but she didn't move otherwise, just stood there, staring. I drove for another mile before the guilt hit me. What was I doing? I couldn't leave someone stranded out here in this heat. She'd die before another car came by. What if it was my sister or my friend in that situation? So I turned around. I remember gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white, telling myself I was being ridiculous, that I was just going to give her a ride to the next town. When I pulled up beside her, she didn't look surprised to see me again. She didn't look anything. Her face was blank, expressionless. I rolled down the passenger window. "Need a ride?" I called out. She nodded once and opened the door. No thank you or explanation of why she was there. She just got in and closed the door. Up close, her skin was pale, too pale for someone standing in the desert sun. No sweat, no sunburn, nothing. "Where are you headed?" I asked, pulling back onto the highway. "West," she said simply. Her voice was soft but flat, like she was reading from a script. "I'm going to LA. I can drop you anywhere along the way." She nodded again but said nothing. The silence got uncomfortable fast. I turned the radio back on, but it was still just static. I swear the static changed when she got in the car, though. It had a rhythm to it now, almost like breathing. After about 20 minutes of driving without a word, she finally spoke. "Do you ever hear voices on this highway?" The question sent a chill through me despite the heat. "What do you mean?" "Voices, singing, in the static." She was staring straight ahead, not looking at me. "No," I said, reaching to turn off the radio, "just static." "They're always singing. You just have to know how to listen." I was getting serious creep vibes now, but we were in the middle of nowhere. What was I supposed to do? Kick her out in the desert? "How far west are you going exactly?" I asked, trying to change the subject. Instead of answering, she started humming, a melody I'd never heard before, but it felt old, ancient even. The kind of tune that makes you think of forgotten places and things buried in the sand. The humming was soft at first, but it grew louder, and then I realized something that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just her voice I was hearing. There were other tones underneath, like multiple people humming in harmony with her, but it was just us in the car. I glanced at her, and she was still staring straight ahead, but her eyes had changed somehow. They seemed deeper, like I could fall into them if I looked too long. "Could you stop that, please?" I said, my voice shaking. "The humming is distracting." She stopped immediately, which somehow was worse than if she'd ignored me. "They're coming," she said. "Who's coming?" "The ones who sing. They're hungry again." My heart was pounding now. I was looking for any sign of civilization, any place I could pull over and get away from her, but there was nothing, just endless road and desert. "I think I need to let you out at the next town," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There is no next town," she replied. "Not anymore." I checked my gas gauge, half a tank, enough to get far away from wherever the hell I was. I pressed the accelerator harder. "You can't outrun them," she said, as if reading my thoughts. "They're faster than any car. Look, I don't know what you're talking about, but you're freaking me out. I need you to stop." She turned to look at me then, and I almost drove off the road. Her eyes were completely different now, wider, with an emptiness that seemed to pull at me. "Do you want to know what they sound like when they're close?" Before I could answer, she started that humming again, but this time it was louder, and I could clearly hear other voices joining in, voices that couldn't be in my car but somehow were. The radio came on by itself, the static forming patterns that matched her humming. "Stop the car," she said suddenly. "What?" "Stop the car." Her voice wasn't alone anymore. It was a chorus of voices, all speaking through her. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding on the asphalt. Before we'd fully stopped, I was unbuckling my seatbelt, ready to get out and run anywhere away from her. That's when she grabbed my wrist. Her hand was ice cold, so cold it burned. Her grip was impossible to break. "They're already here," she said, and her eyes were completely black now, like holes in her face. "Can't you hear them singing for you?" I yanked my arm free with strength I didn't know I had and tumbled out of the driver's side door. The desert heat hit me like a wall, but I didn't care. I just ran. Behind me I heard it start, a mournful, beautiful song coming from everywhere and nowhere. It was in a language I'd never heard, but somehow I understood it was a song about hunger and loneliness and the joy of finding someone lost on the roads. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. When I finally looked back, my car was still there on the road, but the passenger door was open. The girl was gone. The singing faded as I got farther away, but it never completely stopped. It's like it was waiting, patient, knowing I had nowhere to go. I walked for hours, hoping to find help, another car, anything. Night fell, and the temperature dropped drastically. The stars came out, more stars than I'd ever seen, making patterns I didn't recognize. And still, at the edge of my hearing, that singing continued, sometimes fading, sometimes getting louder like they were circling me. I don't remember much after that. A trucker found me the next morning, delirious and dehydrated, walking along the highway about 30 miles from where I'd abandoned my car. He took me to a hospital in some small town I'd never heard of. My car was recovered later, parked neatly on the shoulder with the keys in the ignition. Nothing was missing except my phone, which had been in the center console. The police asked me about the girl, but when I described her and what happened, they gave me that look, the one that says they think I'm crazy or on drugs. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe it was just exhaustion and heat playing tricks on my mind. But I know what I experienced. I never made it to that job interview. I flew back to Houston as soon as I was released from the hospital and haven't left the city since. I'm afraid to drive anywhere remote now, especially at night. The worst part is sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear that humming again, soft and distant, and my radio still doesn't work right, just static that sometimes sounds like whispering. I don't know what she was or what would have happened if I'd stayed in that car. All I know is something's out there on those empty highways, something that sings as it hunts, and I don't think it's done with me yet.